It's good.
We have time. I mean,
Your
well,
rose quartz. I just want my rose quartz dice. Let
What?
me
Oh, go
live.
get him.
All I had time to grab was my D20. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're
do
ready.
you have a ribbon
Switch
in
it.
your hair? I did switch
I
it.
do. Oh gosh.
It's fine. We're human.
It's okay. It's just
I
on the
did it.
screen. It won't be
I
permanent
did
for
it.
forever.
Keep it for the forever. I just wanted to make sure I grabbed my pretty die. It's my pretty rose
You can
quartz
go
die.
grab the rest of
Hi.
them.
I can. They're literally right here.
There you go.
We're ready. We're now ready for the festivities. Welcome, travelers. If you're new here, my name is Brenna. I am your same nerd time, same nerd channel DM, and welcome to Tales from the Catacombs. This is our tabletop RPG adventure that we are thrilled to share with you. This game uses the Dungeons&Dragons 5th edition system and rules, and the setting is a homebrew based on the rock album Razia's Shadow by Forgive Durden. We have a brief introduction to the setting that you can read at your leisure, and I hope you will, so you can be as immersed in the world as our players are. All my music stopped. Now I'm sad. I'll have to restart that in a moment. But first, this is also a very special event, not just for the players and things happening in-game, and if you're not caught up, it's a great time to chill with us and then catch up later. And if you have questions, please ask. But because we're also doing a giveaway, at the break, is what we concluded for this time around. When we run around, we run up to a break. We're about halfway through our session. We are going to do a giveaway. We are giving away a fancy, whatever you want, copy of one of the books from Dungeons and Dragons through DnDBeyond. One of these digital source books of your choosing. The winner will let us know. You'll let David know, and he'll make sure he gets that to you because he's fantastic that way. So make sure you are sticking around. Enjoy the session as we lead up to the break. Enjoy the giveaway as a thank you to all of you for us hitting 125 subscribers
What,
forever ago.
130?
And now we're at
that's why.
130. Yeah.
I thought you were saying the current number.
No, we blew past that because you guys are fantastic. So we just like next. And we'll figure out, I meant to ask beforehand what that next subscriber goal will be.
150.
And 150, let's
Increments
go!
of 25 for now.
Yay, we love it. You love
So we
to
talked
see it.
about-
Increments of 25. So at 150, we'll do our next. So help us get there. Make sure that while you're here too, please be sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a little comment below answering the following question. What is your favorite festival game? Think about that. Leave us a comment below answering that question and also your favorite part of today's session. And without further ado, please enjoy this episode of Razia's Shadow, a 1,000-Year Interlude. Let's recap. First things first, I'm turning my music back on. Take that, Spotify. Can't keep me down. Session 29. From the Horse's Mouth. Novice emissary Vaughn had some interesting information for the novices about himself and his relationship to Captain Nora, but it was still not everything they were looking for. The novices were out of leads about the dangers of the hovel and running out of daylight. They rested with some dinner before splitting up for a time. Viola and Ste'yn bonded with the other women in their barracks, painting their nails as promised and having lively conversation. Viola gauged if they knew anything more about Ziva and Jeremy, but they didn't seem to have any new information except that Ziva still hadn't been seen. Cynthia arrived late to the ladies' night, looking notably tired after some time in the library. Snow enjoyed the company of those in the Wild Pike, listening to and playing alongside Vav and her harp. They earned some coin and camaraderie. Beau took a stroll through the city and came across some young hooligans attempting to pickpocket him. His anger got the best of him for a moment, and he realized a bloody change in his eyes scared the boys off. Viola's last errand was to visit Buttercup. She discovered an ability she didn't know she had, magic to speak with animals. Buttercup was only too happy to chat, but Viola found herself overwhelmed by a cacophony of horses, all interested in treats. She returned to the others briefly to tell them what happened, but she chose to spend her night back in the barracks while the others made camp at Saker's Keep graveyard. Ste'yn was disturbed by another vivid dream that left her with a lingering fear for the family they met in Cadence. The next day, all of the remaining novices were called for a meeting with Captain Nora, where they were given their next assignment for the days leading up to the Harvest Lamps Festival. They could choose one of 4 categories and work with a volunteer from the city. 3 of the 4 volunteers were familiar faces from Gratimino: Canyon Gamel, Maria Delania, and Yonai Mesri. The last was a lovely young lady often seen at the Wild Pike, Nina Serenby. The novices decided where they wanted to work for the upcoming days and awaited their next instructions. So, here we are. What we're going to do here is a little bit of summarizing and a little bit of dice rolling to help with that, because I like making you guys roll dice. It's fun. And I like rolling dice. It's fun.
That's the whole reason we play. You get to play with the Click Clap Rocks.
It's literally the only reason I do any of this. I just want to throw these things around. So pretty. Okay. So, trying to think, was there anything else that day anyone had to deal with? I think we took care of everything.
Viola needed Nora to give her the schedule. That was the only thing.
Right. Which she will discuss with you after you have had some time to speak with the novice emissary that you chose to spend these next 9 or so days with. And for the folks playing at home, just remind me where you guys chose to go. So you had 4 options. It was hospitality, needs like that, where Novice Emissary Von Grissom was leading you alongside Yonai Mesri. Poor Ste'yn, it was absolutely torn. Moonridge and Canyon were handling matters involving safety and security. Rochelle, Glimmer, and Maria were handling decorations, welcoming type committee. And Bria, Han, and Nina were involved with entertainment organization and those lovely folks coming in to make sure everyone has a great time. So remind me where everyone chose to go.
Viola chose the decorations and welcoming.
Beau and Ste'yn chose the one with Moonridge, and
security
Canyon.
and safety.
That's it.
Okay. And did Snow actually choose?
Yeah, Snow chose Bria and Nina. Entertainment. It's the only thing he knows how to do.
Is entertain and welcome entertainers. Okay, great. So you get together with your novice emissaries and the volunteers from the city. They give you a kind of brief rundown of some of the types of expectations they have. You know the spiel. It's all very exciting. I already see Snow's eyes glazing over. And they give you a couple of things, as far as decorations and the welcoming, which is with Rochelle. Just making my own notes and rewriting them. And Maria. It's a very interesting mix, those two, that you note, Viola, when you go to speak to them. Maria, I don't think you had the chance to meet her. This tall, very lithe, half-elven woman. Long, curling, light green hair, a very airy voice and demeanor about her. Very kindly, very welcoming. It's very, it makes sense that she is doing what she's doing. Whereas Rochelle is just very quiet, kind of lets Maria take the lead, almost as if she's watching more than anything. But they tell you, you guys will be doing things like greeting people that are coming into the city. And Maria makes a point to kind of give you the feel of what Gratimino should feel like to people coming in, to these guests. It is a big city, but it's not overwhelming because there's always someone there to help you, to assist you, to show you where you need to go. You'll be helping with decoration all across the city. Most of what they tend to talk about is up by residential areas. It seems like they're kind of dodging some areas, as if it's just more important for you to focus on where the merchants will be, where guests will be, which is mainly further north in the city. You guys are doing a little bit of garden detailing, these kinds of things, just things that make the city feel very welcoming. Beau and Ste'yn. Moonridge, when Moonridge addresses you, it's that same kind of curt, very matter-of-fact tone as he explains to you what he absolutely expects as far as your undivided attention to detail and keeping everyone in this city safe. He talks about various assignments alongside the Peace Watch. He demands that you touch nothing and say nothing, especially on the first few days, unless given something to touch or someone to address. Your expectation is to essentially shadow the Peace Watch for a while, see how they operate, kind of monitor the people coming in and out of the city. Sometimes it's a matter of stopping to see what kind of goods they brought in. Of course, there can be some underhanded sorts, and we want to make sure the city stays safe. You're also assisting with some of the building, some of the protection around the inns, things like that. Those types of security, that type of safety. And Snow, both Bria and Nina are very lively as they are explaining to you in as excited a tone as they have for what you determine ends up being not super exciting, as it's a matter of a lot of organizing, a lot of backstage handling of things. So you kind of get the sense they're trying to amp it up, as you get to bump shoulders with some incredible performers, whether they're going to be on the big stage in the Wild Pike, or if they're going to be out and about in the city, like these individual performers who were brought in, kind of contracted to work with the city. So it's a lot of like making sure that their belongings are where they need to be, and helping with like their costume changes and such, or preparing them for setup. And they give you this rundown of how you'll help with organizing all of these performers. But that does mean that you get to hear about some of the events that are going to be taking place well and early, and some of the performers that are coming in for the big event, like the, what did I call it? The Trial of the Troops. An incredible Battle of the Band situation that will be happening later on in the week of the festival. So you get that opportunity to kind of see some of them, and that might be a little cool. But overall, you realize it's relatively underwhelming as far as what they will have you do. My music
That doesn't
turned off
surprise
again.
him.
I didn't think it would. I'm really confirming what you already knew. So, with that being said, and Viola, when you're given all of your information, where you're expected to be, and the two who are doing security and safety, you guys are told that you will have some days that you guys are going to be out and about. So you'll be outside the walls of the city, and they'll give you more detail about that coming up. But that all being said, you kind of have a schedule for the week plus, and it's pretty full. They have every intention of utilizing you for a full 8-hour day with an hour lunch break, and then right back to work. So it does, for some of what people want to do, it does put a little bit of a hamper on just the amount of time you might have, but planning around that schedule. Viola.
What is that?
What is that sound?
It might have been my phone. My phone just buzzed.
That was interesting. Yeah, Viola, it's not too difficult. Once the talk and such is done, the captain has since left the main hall, but it'd be easy enough to find her, speak with her briefly. Between her and, I don't know why I keep forgetting that it's Rochelle. Rochelle is super easygoing, so she doesn't mind, when you need to go. She just asks that you save these appointments for either prior or after the day is done. Maria chimes in. Actually, we have our first roll of the night. Give me a persuasion roll, please.
No, I don't want to. That's a nat 20! I'm happy I used my Viola dice and not the new dice.
Yay! Tried and true Viola dice. What's that a total of?
21.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's right. You did you fixed persuasion. We're not subtracting from the 20. Yeah. Maria chimes in even as you're having this conversation after talking to Nora. She chimes in and says, and if it so happens that you are finished with your tasks for the day, you may even be able to go early. If it helps with your arrangements, it sounds like you're very eager to do this training. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. I am very, 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 very excited. I feel like I've been waiting for this to actually start for forever. But yeah, if I get to leave early after I finish my tasks to go do this, then I will get them done like it's nobody's business.
Absolutely. And with the help of your friends here and with Rochelle and myself, I'm sure we can get them done very quickly.
Sounds great.
Okay. And I think with that, we set off into these days. So what I think I'm going to do is essentially kind of summarize what you guys would pick up on, what's kind of going on over the next 9 days. So you guys start your tasks. Again, depending on how you feel about it, they may or may not be rather lackluster. But there is information to be gained as far as the people you're working with and their connection to the city. So, Beau. So, keeping in mind what you're interested in doing, I was going to ask how much you had planned to kind of be in attendance with a number of these tasks.
Oh, he'd probably plan for about none.
Okay. I'm just going to not at all. Okay. Okay. Very interesting. So you'd be called in the mornings. A couple of those mornings are very early mornings, so you guys have time to set out. They would almost certainly notice if you're not there. Did you have a plan for that?
Oh, he would just check in and then just sneak out whenever it's done.
Once you're done checking in?
Yeah. Basically, they would show up in the mornings, then after a little bit, just leave.
Okay.
Stealth off.
Yeah, exactly that. Give me a dexterity stealth roll, please.
That's a nat 20.
That's lovely.
So that is 29.
Today. Whew. Happy
Today's
festival.
going to be a great session.
Oh boy.
Happy festival day. Okay. Yeah, you spend a majority of this time not involved. Ste'yn, it doesn't take you long to realize that while you're off in your well, not necessarily.
Oh, I did
Unless he's
message
spoken to
Catherine that he would have told Ste'yn what he was doing.
Ste'yn knows what's going on.
Okay. Fantastic.
And would at least a couple of the days try to help cover for him. Like if they're supposed to be out of the city or something, she'll try to get him. Like if they're partnered up or something, she'll work to get Beau and just take care of whatever they both needed to do. Not every day, but she'd help him out a few days.
Yeah, with a nat 20, on the days that you guys kind of can't quite maneuver being partnered or grouped together, he finds a way. Beau, so you go about your business. I'll say you've been introduced to, you've actually been reintroduced, you realize, to one of the citizen residents in Gratiminot. You two had a small spat when you guys returned. He was none too pleased with your attitude over in Kepner's command. And you learn his name is Inger Locke. Inger. His last name is Locke with an E at the end.
I knew it. So pretentious.
Oh yeah, totally. His whole family line. The issue becomes you learn that he is in charge of a lot of things over at Kepner's command, including things like item procurement and test designing. He did work alongside Ziva, hence he knows her. And he isn't entirely cooperative, as
Well-
you've spent some days coming up with your design, yeah?
Yeah,
Some
but
time.
Beau, realizing who that guy would be, would just disguise himself as Maria with his masquerade tattoo.
Okay. Yeah, give me a deception roll with advantage.
So that is another nat 20. So that is another
What
29.
in the world? This better be like the best.
The nat
session
20s are all on
ever.
my blood bat dice.
Yes.
Character dice for the win.
You know, I have Nora's dice over here. Maybe I should roll that instead.
It'll never happen.
Oh boy. Poor Nora. Anyway, okay. Yeah. So you spend these days some hours for these days. You've come up with this design for this item you're very interested in. You bring it over there. When you realize who this guy is, you make your disguise and approach, and he just seems super laid back. You didn't think this guy was that chill, and then you realize he's one of the artifrators, and they can probably get pretty chill. He's incredibly gracious, offers to help in every way that he can. You even pick up a small hint that you're definitely not the first person to try and bring a design his way, and something in his attitude makes him seem like a little too interested. Like, if you hadn't been aware enough, he might have tried to like steal your design or something. But heavens no, he's not going to do that to Maria. So your design is safe as he assists you with its creation. It still takes a lot of time. It's not quite finished by the end of this. Just it's getting there. Probably just needs a little bit more time before it's all said and done. But you get much help with that. So that's one part of what you're doing. Let me mark that off. That helps me a lot. Let's pop over to Ste'yn real quick, who's also doing her duties. So Ste'yn, you're staying with the group and assisting during standard hours? Excellent.
She is. She'll do what she's told, and after hours, probably try and help out some other places.
Ste'yn deserves pats on the head. Good girl. But she's very tall, so we have to reach. In your time working with the security detail, despite that it's with Moonridge and don't have the best relationship there, it's also with Canyon, and Canyon is perfectly happy to show you the ropes. Very grateful to you and to Snow. I don't know that was ever corrected.
Mm-mm.
So you and Snow, he's very grateful for your assistance. So you learn over the course of these days that there, in all of your questioning of kind of how the city runs and its security, you kind of get some pointers. There are more means than you otherwise just obviously see to protect the city. There are magical means for kind of monitoring who is in it, who's leaving, what magic is done within the city. Even if it's not necessarily brought to people's attention, it does appear that it is being monitored, even if it isn't barred. There seem to be, just for the politics side, there seems to be some kind of blurring of lines, though, when it comes to the Peace Watch monitoring what like guardian residents are up to. So it's seen, it's noted, but kind of you get a sense from Canyon like how they go about it might be a little like blurred. But the city definitely has means, and you can also tell that it is being ramped up as the festival has gotten so close. Your evenings, once you were done there, you've been spending time in Saker's Keep to help out anywhere that they might need help. You run into Yonai relatively often in the evenings, strike up conversation with him, and he actually mentions that if you ever brought up Jeremy, and if not, his name comes up, and you learn their perspective on him, their thoughts on him. He's this kind of unassuming but brilliant cleric. Goaro could see his capabilities the moment that they met, and everyone took a liking to him. He's one of the first ones to be sent to help around the city, to guide acolytes in like the residential neighborhoods. He's known pretty well also at Kepner's command, when a lot of the arcana mixed with tools goes wrong, and they've used him also in the Champions Ward to guide healers when sparring might get out of hand. So he definitely has a presence in the city, despite the very awkward demeanor that you guys were introduced to. So you do learn that about him. And you also are hearing, I think Viola mentioned on her way back that she had heard the name Viver being kind of sprinkled around the merchants, the guests. And you do hear that name again. You hear it in like whispers. But like a lot of them. In fact, anytime you've heard it, it only seems to be coming from people who think that no one's listening. Give me either an investigation check or a persuasion check.
Ooh. We're gonna go with persuasion.
Okay.
A difficult choice, I'm sure.
That is a 23.
Okay. It catches your attention that Viola mentioned it once, and now you just seem to keep hearing it. Not when you're out doing your city work, not nearly as much, but you keep hearing these whispers about it among people in Saker's Keep, particularly the acolytes. If you bring it up to Yonai. If you bring it up to Yonai, seems very hesitant. He tries to pass it off. It's just, whatever, it's just stories. But when you push, he mentions that someone came in for healing. And this person was just kind of raving for as much as she could, for how weak that she was when she got there, about the Viver. She just was the word just kept coming up, and maybe that's what they're talking about when it's coming around like that. But whoever that was, they're not in the kind of healing area anymore that you can see. Okay. So I'm going to cross out both of these things. Strike through.
It's a very satisfying thing to do.
It really is. Crossing things off a list, top tier. Snow. You have been spending this time enjoying the people of the Wild Pike. You actually get to spend a fair bit of time there, just doing your normal duties as you have to assist with incoming performers. They all seem to be checking in with with Nina. They all seem to be checking in and getting their things ready. So you've kind of been, as she said you would, bumping elbows with these performers that are well known in this area, very talented, and a number of them are definitely the ones who are performing in the trial of the troops. But in your downtime, you've spent time chit-chatting with the barmaids and the bar lads, and you've met a number of them. I've got a bunch of names that I will post for Catherine to write down. But you've met Nina Sarenby. You've met Adula Cross, Genevieve Doer, Rena Makerson, and Iltana Elmbell. And she kind of stands out among the barmaids that you've come across because she is a half-elf. And it's clear that she's taken her elven family's name for work, which you learn she used it because it's more impressive to the customers, tends to get her. It's kind of a hit or miss, but more often it works. Because sometimes they look at her like, oh, you must be one of those purists, go away. But most often they're like, ooh, you're exotic and different, here's a tip. But you also learn about her that she kind of wishes she knew more about her elven heritage. It's something that interests her, but she just doesn't feel like it's on her immediate list of things that she'll be able to do while she's just working like everyone else here in the Pike. She likes her job, but she's just working. You also meet a number of the bar lads. Again, I will share these names afterwards, happily. You meet Omar Koresh, you meet Leo West, Senny Corbin, Finn Selter, you meet Josiah Benton, and one very awkward, you learn he's a new hire. His name is Nereid Peddleton. He stands out because he's kind of almost more, he's fairly androgynous, but almost leans in towards the feminine side in his appearance, in his stance, in his movement. It's just a lot more like feminine than the other bar lads. He's definitely a people pleaser, and he's really trying to pick up very quickly kind of how easily everyone else moves about. But he's struggling there, and he wishes that he was picking it up faster. You learn from Josiah Benton that he doesn't have the same prowess that their friend Vin had. But Vin was one of the ones who left very abruptly, and they miss him a lot. But he was grateful that at least Rosita and Darian seemed to send him off on a high note with a little gift, and off they went. But he really misses him, and it just seemed strange how quickly he left. Alas. I'm gonna mark that off my list. Sweet. Beau, I will also say, on the first day of all these happenings, you also got a very sudden, very loud in your mind, as if it were ringing in your ears, sending message. And you recognize Helena's voice immediately as she says, whoop. Good morning, Beau. My man Silk will be in Gratimino in 4 days. Sorry to be absent. He'll collect. And bring your friends too. And the message ends. And lo and behold, in a few days, you are signaled, whether it's another sending or a note, a message that gets to you, that this man who goes by Silk is in Gratimino awaiting Helena's goods. And she did ask for you to bring the others with her. This is one of the encounters that I wanted us to have a chance to like actually go through. So, Beau, it'd be up to you to tell the others. Do you let them know that Helena is asking for all 4 of you?
If he can find everyone, then he will. But he's not gonna spend hours searching for them if they're all scattered about.
It's a pretty early message. You could plan to meet. I don't think it'd be too difficult for the 4 of you. You'd know where Ste'yn certainly was anyway. You'd know where Viola was sleeping. You'd probably be able to meet for breakfast and then go find this guy.
All right.
Okay. So the 4 of you gather, and he mentioned he'd be waiting in the square, not far from where the Wild Pike is. And when you go about, there are so many of these merchant carts and booths set up now that the festival is days away. This is probably about 3 or 4 days in. But you do see one of the caravans that is engraved and inscribed with the symbol and the name of the Silver Cat. Standing outside of it, you see this pretty gruff-looking man. He has dark skin. He's not like fat heavy, but he's like muscular, big, heavy. There's nothing lean about this guy. He's built like a linebacker. He's got his thick arms crossed. He doesn't look angry per se. He just kind of has that resting face. And as he's kind of leaning back, give me, all 4 of you can give me a perception check.
Got 9.
Excellent.
11.
24.
Ooh, wow.
7.
Awesome.
Actually, this is a couple days out, so I'm just gonna use. So he actually has a 12 because this is a couple days out, so I'm just gonna use psionic dice because he's gonna get a long rest anyway.
True. Yeah, you're welcome to do that. Okay. Where is my majig? Where'd you go? Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. Beau, Ste'yn, and Viola, as you guys are approaching, you obviously notice the gruff-looking human outside of the cart, and it's a fairly large cart. Who knows what kind of goodies it's got inside, but it's not as big as the one you saw when you were in Hazelford. This one is definitely just for travel and small amounts of goods. But you 3 also see, sitting in the front of the cart, little legs kicking, you guys see a Benny sitting there, holding onto the edge and kind of just kicking playfully, looking around the city. Her eyes are just lost amidst the lovely decorations that Viola has assisted with, streamers, and you see some kids running around with kites, parents chasing after them with goods in boxes and bags. she doesn't even seem to notice you guys as you approach, and she's just looking up and enjoying the festivities. But as you approach, the man Silk sees you, nods at all of you, then looks back at you, Beau, and he says, "So, you got the stuff?"
Yes. Wait, so Snow, I believe, has the mirror and the bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess
The
he'll
barrel
pass
is in
the
your
barrel
room.
because I mean, he would have grabbed that. But because it turned out the barrel is only like a gallon or something. It has only a gallon
Like
in
2
it.
gallons, I think.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll pass those things over.
Okay. Did you return the safe as well?
He gave
Before?
that before.
Okay. Excellent. He takes the items one at a time. He'll stop you from giving him more than one. And he pulls out a little piece of parchment, kind of checking things off as he goes, inspects it a minute, takes the next thing, inspects it, checks it off his list.
Viola tries to look at the list whenever he gets it out.
Okay. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
No. That is a 16.
You can just catch the edge of the list and where he's crossing things out with some ink. You see the edges of the words. You can see like portrait. You can see barrel, but not a ton of it. You do also peek that the list he's actually holding 2 pieces of parchment, but the other one, you can't see what's on it. It's completely covered. But he does appear to be holding 2 pieces of parchment. Whatever else is on the other one, though, like what little bit you may be able to see, that ink on there is not black. It looks like almost like a brownish.
I don't think she's going to be that nosy.
Okay.
I was thinking about it, but I don't think she'll be that nosy.
These are professionals.
That guy's kind of big, too.
I know, big guy. Yeah. So he seems satisfied with what you've provided. He nods and thanks you. And then he looks at you, Ste'yn. And he walks over towards you. He says, "She didn't forget about you." And he hands you a piece of parchment. I'm going to find that for you. Because I can.
We
Like
love
the
things
one-
like this.
The one little prop piece I could put together. It do be like that. I hope. Now I'm sitting here like, does it even make sense? Did I put it in context? If it doesn't make sense, tell me, because I think my brain had a very particular context from something you had asked about. So if it doesn't make sense, you tell me.
Oh, it's here. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's in Discord. In regards to a request.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Ste'yn just rolls up the message and after reading it and hands it back to Silk, saying, I will ask in your twilight.
All right. Not much time till then. And he pockets it. Looks at the 4 of you. Well, I think our business here is done. Unless you have any need for Miss Helena.
Nothing back from that letter that I wrote?
Oh, seems not yet. Ste'yn, his eyes drift over towards you for a moment. Well, if that's all.
I think that's
Hope
all.
you guys. Great. Hope you enjoy the festival then. He goes back towards the cart. And by this point, Abeni has kind of watched the interaction. Everyone give me another perception check, please.
10.
My cat just stole 2 of my dice.
Go, Rosie, go.
15.
10.
26.
Okay. Again, it's ladies' night. That's cool. Ste'yn and Viola, you guys see cute little Benny looking in your direction. She seemed to be looking back and forth between whoever was talking. But then as Silk is getting into the cart and he seems to be getting ready to move the wagon, you guys notice that her eyes are on Beau. And even as the cart's pulling away and she gives a little wave to you guys, her eyes seem to remain on Beau.
Beau, Benny's got an eye on you. I don't know if you noticed that.
Mm-hmm. Been watching you a lot this whole time.
What do you want me to do about it?
Give her a
I'm
little
just
wave
telling
or
you.
something.
Why?
You want a flower to give her?
No.
Acknowledge her.
Aren't
It's
they
a nice
leaving?
thing to do. They are, but you can still show that you noticed she was looking at you.
I didn't.
We just pointed it out.
So you
Snow
noticed.
stands behind Beau and waves.
Beau will give a little wave.
See, that wasn't so hard, was it?
You wave towards her, Beau, and she almost immediately stops. And then she quickly spins around in the seat as they drive off.
I guess she wasn't looking at you for all that friendly reasons.
Did you do something to her last time?
No.
Insight check.
Sure, go for it.
21.
27.
I mean, he
No,
got.
26.
Deception or persuasion?
I mean, he got a 22, but as far as he's concerned, he didn't do anything to her.
Yeah,
That's fine.
he seems honest. He seems like he does not understand the situation. Children, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even remember. I remember when he woke up, she was by the campfire, but he didn't do anything to her. At least not enough to make her a fan.
Children really seem to like Beau a lot. We don't understand it, but they do. All right. So,
What's in your letter? Ste'yn, the only one that got a letter.
I had asked Helena for some information on something, and she wants something from me first.
What?
And that's between us.
It's not dangerous.
Said it on the
is it?
letter.
Hmm?
It said on the letter you couldn't tell us.
Yes.
Alright. Insight
Not
check.
dangerous, is it?
Sure, you can't even tell us the topic, and now we'll use detect thoughts to see what she's thinking about.
Immediately what on Ste'yn's
one
surface
picture,
thoughts.
one image, one name, or what did I say? Like a single sentence or something like that. It's surface
In
brief.
a full minute? She does not think much.
Go.
Nothing happens up there.
What does he see?
He sees, first of all, he sees a flash of one of the rubies, or maybe a little pile of rubies. Then he sees an image of how he has managed to describe Taryn to her. Just like the idea of Taryn's face, essentially female Snow but blonde hair. And
It looks
then
wacky.
a brief line about needing to get one for information.
Needing what?
To get one for information.
And what did you roll against his insight check?
Let's see. She got a 14.
Oh, he got a 10.
That's what the medallion's for.
Snow, your face pops up too at some point, and over the course of the minutes, especially as you're asking about it.
Okay. Did you want to spend another charge?
No.
Beautiful.
Viola wants to know if it's dangerous or not.
What I'm asking about? No, not dangerous at all.
Okay.
Just trying to learn about something. Thought she might be able to help.
Well, I'm sure.
Would that something concern me?
Not directly.
Do you guys not trust Ste'yn?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, you're asking her a lot of questions. She's been with us for so long. She's very
She's
wise.
also lied
Everything-
before.
I just was wondering what was in the letter. She said she couldn't
She
tell
doesn't
us.
have to
I
tell
dropped it.
you.
I dropped it now.
Oh, I know it, but now I'm so just like, I don't know.
It's
It
fine.
just seems like you guys
Viola,
are being a
it's
little
fine.
pushy.
like we wouldn't be the same way with them if they'd been in my position.
I don't know.
For one thing, I am curious about everything. Yeah, everything. So there's that. Also, when it concerns me, I think I have a right to know.
What
Why
made
are
you think it
saying
concerned
concerns
you?
That was amazing. You spoke at exactly the same time and said the exact same thing. Could you do that again?
Once you answer our
Probably
question.
not.
Nope. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the question was. I was just blown away.
What made
by
you
that.
assume it was about
Oh.
you?
I had a good feeling.
How?
I can read people well.
Insight check.
Yes.
What terror have I unleashed? I'm so sorry. It was supposed to be a little RP moment.
Well,
we're giving you that. Oh yeah, I love this.
12.
Snow will use his inspiration as well to roll with advantage.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have inspiration.
You can use it next time.
Yeah.
How'd
What
you
did
do?
Beau get?
Well,
12?
We are just
Oh, I
really
thought
in
that-
sync here.
Okay, so y'all did get the
Well,
same thing.
yeah.
Asked the same thing, rolled the same thing.
He seems honest.
Okay. Well, what time of day is it?
Probably mid-morning. You probably have to get back to your tasks if you're going to them.
Yeah, I need to go get back to my tasks so I can finish them so then I can go continue training with Storkham.
bye.
Right. As they're splitting off, Ste'yn will try to catch Snow's attention for a second. I'm trying to learn a little bit more about what's going on in Vendella and what's could possibly be happening with Taryn.
But you didn't think that was my business?
Not directly, as I said, but anything I learned would definitely be your business. But the process of gaining the information, I didn't see a reason to let you know I was trying that until I had something. I don't have anything. Didn't
So
want
why
to
are you
get your
telling me
hopes
now?
up. You were more curious than I planned on.
Do you know me at all?
Yes. That's all.
Can't say anything else.
Right. Off to test, then off to work.
Okay. You guys make your way for the day. For the rest of this time, see here real quick. Just gonna mark this other thing off because it is done off my list. Beau, go back to the top of my little order here. Since you were also not making time to work and were set to task for your own things you were interested in, you had planned to make your way to the library to get some materials and such, but discovered what you need is not in
Well,
fact...
he was doing that once he was done making something. If he hasn't made it yet, then he's not going to take time from doing that to do something else.
So all of his time otherwise is focused on...
Yeah, I mean, I sent it in the order that he was doing until completion. Because
Okay.
from my understanding, crafting an item, especially if you get artificers to assist as well as multiple people, it doesn't take too long. Because in general, according to downtime activities, it's about 2 work weeks for an uncommon item, but it can be mitigated by the fact that artificers do things faster for crafting items in general. And if you have more than one of them, it decreases the time even more.
Okay. So then let's do it this... Let's say then, because I think I had you roll that check after I'd said it wasn't quite done, I think. Or was that after? Before or after?
I rolled 2 20s.
Yeah.
And that was the last thing until just that RP session.
Well, if I'm retconning, then I'm retconning. But, so that I would say that with the assistance with additional assistance, because you had rolled so well, I'd say like right before the end of these days, it probably split the time in half. So around a week going into this, your item would be complete. And so you'd have a couple days still before things, if you want to go into the, we'll say, so either the spells or the book, because the book is actually giving you, it's a little trickier than it seems as well.
Well, the book he was planning on doing just with the short rests. So every single night over the last, I guess, 8 nights, it would be 2 hours for part of that 8 hours of, not short rest, long rest. It would be 2 of them.
It's still giving you, you're not able to get through it as quickly as you'd like.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, so let's say this then. So, you, in your last few days before the festival's set to begin, you realize you need to make your way to Stormwatch Tower, where the wizards and the arcane students like to be. Your good friend you forgot about, Herschel, is often
I got Herschel and the artifice that I pissed off last week mixed. Because I was just like, wait a minute, why is that guy like...
No.
He's made too many people. He's made too many people upset. I'm getting them mixed up.
Mixing up them, you're mixing up the horses. So rude. Herschel is the one who tends to be out front.
Okay, yeah, now I remember Herschel. Herschel.
Good old Herschel. I think I forgot how I quite described him, but just in case we look back, we're going to say he's one of those guys who grows his hair long and throws it in a ponytail, and otherwise the rest of him looks all like clean and put together in his wizardly robes, but he just lets his hair grow long. Some graying from stress. You may not remember him well, but he seems to remember you well enough. Reminds you that there are no proper assignments happening right now for you novices. Looks forward to letting you spend as much time as you'd like, but even the teachers here are taking some well-needed rest.
Well, this is after he got the thing, right? Because otherwise he still got Maria in his back pocket. So just...
For what thing?
I mean, you said that it took him a week to craft what he wanted, so this would be a day where he didn't need Maria for something else, so he would just use Maria for here. Maria's just all
Maria's
around.
not here.
No,
Maria's
his disguised self tattoo, his masquerade tattoo. He'll just disguise himself to get inside.
Give me another deception check. Not with advantage this time.
All right. That is a 19 plus 6, so it's 25.
Okay. Herschel seems a little confused, but doesn't bar your entrance any further. So you're able to go inside of this beautiful, grandiose tower. You walk in, and it's just this large, round atrium, sconces of various colors, winding staircases, walls of shelves of books and other arcane devices. You also don't know your way around very well. There are a few people scattered about, but very meager few. Give me a persuasion check.
All right.
Get your way around here. See if you can get what you need.
Okay, cool. So that is 29.
Golly. Okay. You are looking about. You obviously don't care too much about time because it's not like anyone's expecting you. You're obviously where you need to be. So as you are looking around Stormwatch Tower, you get a little turned around in these beautiful halls that almost remind you of home. There's a coldness about it, just this stoic air in this building, maybe even gaudy or haughty. As you're going up and looking for where materials might be, you poke around and you actually run into Boondraig and Cynthia. They're both studying. Clearly they can't pull themselves away from these books. They may or may not also be ditching some tasks. Actually,
good for them.
Actually, no. Boondraig would not do that. Boondraig would be set to task. Cynthia, on the other hand, you run into Cynthia.
Well, it could just be his shift hasn't started yet, Boondraig's. If you want him there. It's not like they're spending their entire day working.
They're in there. But Cynthia for sure is very clearly like nose deep in a book. And she is sitting across in one of these small classrooms. She's actually sitting across from a kind of small looking man, elderly, very wrinkly skin, kind of large ears, all underneath a cap. And from outside the door, with a little glass window, you can see them seeming to discuss some matters. But they seem to, at least the man catches your eye, sees you there, waves to you friendly, kind of mouths, "Can I help you?" If you want to open the door, and he's actually, we'll go through it. He's happy to help you get your hands on what materials you need. Because obviously you're Maria, and if you need help with something, he's happy to help you. So, yeah, you get your hands on some parchment, whatever books you need for a couple of spells you have in mind. I will also say that you notice as he is talking to you, Maria, Beau, Cynthia just never looks up from her book. She's just like, she is in there, whatever it is, she is deep in her study. And she's looking a little bit pale. She probably needs some time outside in the sun. She's looking quite pale.
I mean, half of a party is pale, so he doesn't feel anything about that.
That's fair. But the last time you saw Cynthia, she was not this pale. And then as far as the wizard's diary, I will send you what I think you'd have time to get through in that.
Okay, cool. So I can go ahead and add those then to my book?
Yes, you may now.
Sweet.
I'd say you'd still have to, there's a gold cost, still spend that.
Well, I mean, he was going there to get supplies for that gold cost because we don't make anything.
And
otherwise, that's like 150 gold.
What?
It's $50 per level, or 50 gold per level. That's what I was saying.
Oh,
we
you
make
were
barely.
wanting to skirt by without paying.
I was very
I
clear with
see.
that.
I see. I
mean, it's all. I wasn't
didn't
trying to
realize
skirt
that.
by. I very specifically said this. But I mean, if we get paid,
It's 50 per?
It's 50 per level. That's what I was saying. We make basically nothing at this guardianship.
I mean, you make like low soldier wage.
Yes.
Not arcane wizard wage.
Which is why he's going to take his wages from other sources, which is their resources.
That's fair. I'll allow it this time. I'm gonna pay
Yeah, I
closer
mean,
attention
I
next
feel
time.
like
We're not
I
walking
wasn't
away with,
trying
like,
to do
second
that.
level spells
Yeah, I wasn't
for
trying to
free.
do it for second level
Okay.
or anything like that.
Okay.
I was thinking
We'll
about
give
that.
we'll give you your spells because that tattoo is very fun, and
All
I
right.
like that this worked. I appreciate the nat 20 on this tattoo. Okay, and that'll essentially lead us to will lead you to the night before the festivities are set to kind of begin. Let's pop over to Ste'yn. Summarize the rest of your time here. Ste'yn, in your time with at Saker's Keep also, you have run into Lear a number of nights. She's also there praying. It's not in the same chamber as you, but she respects your time as you need any quiet time. But you can tell just with her personality, she's always just very eager to talk to you. Seems to have taken a liking to you. You both have heard more about the funeral arrangements for Kalain. It seems that they've adjusted what they initially intended to do, which would have been to make it more of a learning opportunity for all involve both the novices in the guardianship and the citizen residents, but they've felt the need to make sure everything was kind of contained and very proper based on who it is. And you've already learned a little bit from Lear, Kalain Slyweaver's status, where she is from. So you learn that you learn that there are actually Goliaths that were brought to Gratimino, probably left out as soon as they heard about the passing. And they are there in Gratimino helping to make sure everything is done right and the right care is taken. They have brought some necessary items in an appropriate urn that you were told it's this beautiful carved stone urn. Whether it's actually holding her body or something symbolic, it would be carried and processed with that. And the procession is going to go through the city. It's supposed to be from the place of death out to like where the person is born, right? Where their home is. But obviously they have to change some things being where they are. So they're going from as close to Undra as they can essentially get reasonably. And you know that they're going to process through the city, out through the front gates, and to a bonfire that is also going to be part of the opening ceremonies for the Harvest Lamps Festival. It's meant to be a celebration. It's not meant to be a time of mourning, but a celebration of her life, of her strength, her charisma, the honor that she brought to her clan. You're also told that the fire is going to be lit with her urn in the center, and that it's the captains of the guardianship, these people in this position of authority, who are going to be leading the procession. Her own captain is meant to be the one to place the urn, the one who had direct authority over her. So you get that fun insight into the burial rites. And Lear is just like so excited to learn this ritual, and most of your conversation throughout the week is her jabbering on about how excited she is to learn it. Give me a perception check as well, please.
That is a 33.
Of course it is. On the last night before the funeral is set to begin, you spot an acolyte passing you by in Saker's Keep. She's on her way in while you're on your way out. And you recognize her, oddly enough, even though you only saw her once on your very first day at Gratimino. And when you had seen her, she was assisting someone. And it gave you that strange feeling. You'd felt it from the top of your head and just down into your heart. The familiar warm touch on the top of your head, like a soft, kind pat. The acolyte actually stops and turns to you as if she's noticed that you had noticed her, and she smiles. And she introduces herself as Hannah Fern. And she tells you, she's, polite conversation, whether or not you mention what you felt when you saw her the first time. But she smiles at you as she's ending this interaction with you. And she says that she is certain that meeting you is destiny. nods to you, wishes you a happy and merry festival tide, whatever. And she heads inside, disappearing around the corner.
All right.
What?
Nothing. I was joking. I said kill her.
Oh gosh.
She sounds suspicious.
She a weirdo.
I mean, it has been a running theme with these acolytes. Even
Listen, just because
Ste'yn's-
you guys think they're bad news doesn't make them actually
Well, I was
bad
just saying
news.
them being weird. Even Ste'yn's just like,
Oh, yeah.
they're so weird.
Why are they so touchy?
I mean, Jeremy had a pendant that was a blood container, okay? That is weird.
No, that's the most normal. What are you talking about?
Oh, goodness.
Y'all
Depending on the
wild.
god.
Speaking of that pendant, is Snow making charisma saves? This
Snow, can
whole
you
time?
please make me 3 charisma saves? No, seriously.
Because he's not
3.
gonna put it away until he realizes whether or not it's doing something, and he can't know if it's doing something until he loses memory.
That's fair.
The first one is
gosh.
a 25.
Okay.
The next one, if I didn't have advantage against charm effects, that would be a natural 1, but instead it's a dirty 20.
Okay.
Um,
On last one.
20.
I mean, he's got a lot. He's got a lot
boring.
easier than Beau did. He only likes to do 1 for 9 days. Oh, wait, 3 for 9 days. Beau was doing multiple a day.
Both special. I don't know. It's just summation.
I
is
can
all.
make more.
If we were just rolling every day, like if we were playing.
Well, it
out
sounds
every
like
day,
he
we'd be
wants to
rolling.
fail it anyway. So
You can choose to fail it if you'd like. You can meta
All
and
right.
choose as the character to fail.
Sure, I will do that then.
it's for research.
just so that he will
research.
now know
For
it is.
science.
Yeah, it is.
That's
I mean,
why
I know what
he-
you're
that's why
saying.
he put it in his pocket instead of in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because he wants
you're
to know
really,
if this is what was doing it to Beau.
Oh, you're really gonna hate this then. I'll get back to you in a moment because I
Does it
realized
affect different people differently?
no,
Oh, okay.
just the gap will probably Snow may not realize why it's a sucky gap, but it is okay. But anyway, I realized I didn't. Did I not stop on Viola? Viola, don't let me skip you.
It's okay.
What? Why?
I thought she just
Why?
wasn't doing much.
Super major
Yeah, I thought she just.
No.
I would.
That's literally just me not scrolling far enough on my nose.
Oh, I really
okay.
thought that you just
No.
Viola wasn't really doing much when you went back to Beau. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And Kassie didn't say anything, so I was like, I guess she just really isn't.
Well, I went back and looked at my requests. And I guess my requests weren't like anything too crazy,
It's
but I thought
benign.
she'd at least tell me something about training with Storko.
No. No. Oh my goodness gracious, Viola. Okay, Viola, I apologize. I'm so sorry. So you have been spending this time, the chunk of your hours yours is maybe a little bit more fun. You have a lot of decorating and such to do. But it's also not just decorate. It's, you have to get up heights, and there's a lot of lifting and going back down and going back up and going back down. It's a little more manual labor than just decorating. You're fairly fortified, like you're a sword fighter, like you're good to go. And it doesn't make it that much more difficult for you. You do spend some time finding the different training areas, which is very exciting. You see up in the Champions Ward, towards the north end of the city, or at the north end of the city. Hi, kitty butt. I love kitty butts. You see that the Peace Watch up in the Champions Ward is a lot more active. There's patrols as merchants are entering and exiting the city. There are patrols watching over the people who are training. You also kind of learn as you are getting to know the people who spend some time up there in the Champions Ward even just in the training area, as it is some people who have high hopes of being Peace Watch themselves, you learn that they've received a lot of kind of specialized training in the last few weeks from some high-ranking Peace Watchmen from Dranfeld. They don't give his name, and you kind of get this sense that it's sidestepped a bit until they say that it's, they could, of course, discuss it more once they're ensured that this new training is kind of working the way it should, making sure that they are properly trained. Give me either a persuasion or an investigation check. I know, your two favorites.
Trying to think of how they connect for them to be one or the other.
Either like persuading someone to tell you information or trying to find it on your own.
Oh, okay. I see.
I guess we'll go with investigation.
Okay.
That's an 11.
Okay. Curiosity gets the best of you a little bit. You kind of try to poke around and see if you can kind of figure out who this other amazing person might be. Obviously someone who could help you train. Like, you've already got the Avenger essentially wrapped around your finger, of course. So you clearly should get to know who this other person is, but you can't quite get people to, well, not people to speak up, they won't, but you can't quite find the information. Just whoever it is clearly...
Ask Storkham during one of her trainings?
You can. You can give me a persuasion with disadvantage.
Yeah, it's a 6, so definitely not happening.
That's okay. He mainly laughs it off, and throws out another compliment at your eagerness to learn. And he is... And you only have a couple of these trainings in this amount of time. There's like... You can like squeeze in a third one, but it's like a little bit shorter. But not a ton. You're learning a decent amount. He's a very good teacher as well, it seems. Okay, mark that off. You also take a look at the training down in Saker's Keep. You know that they have a training area as well. It's outdoors. It looks like light dust, dirt area that's closed off. There are some benches along the side. There's a number of weapons that are along the side. You see a sleigh and like these heavy iron balls that are being put on them and then they're being dragged across. Various forms of training. You see some bulkier acolytes in bigger robes, and their arms are maybe squeezed a little bit in these robes. These guys are clearly not messing around. They are training people to protect others and to end fights. If you go like just, right after whatever your duties are, you do see Habodai there. He seems to be enjoying some time there. He doesn't use the weapons, though. You see a lot of his stuff seems to be like body weight types of exercises or using those heavy like metal things for lifting and such. You've not seen him lift a weapon, but a few times. He seemed to be a lot more into like brawling. But he is there. You don't see Warrit. But you do see him there. And if you do ask, hi Rosie, she's so cute. If you do ask, he just says that he tries to convince him to come with him to these little training areas, but it's really only going to happen when fewer people are around. You do spend your evenings, though. The last thing you do, you go to visit Buttercup, Have you used your spell again since?
She didn't know how she
Not
used it the
yet.
first time. Has she
I
figured
know.
out how to turn it
Yeah,
on and
she's-
off again?
Well, she's definitely not like wishing for them. Like she's not trying to. I don't even know how much she would actually be talking to Buttercup after last time. I think she wants to
Scarred.
talk. She wants to talk to Ste'yn more and see if Ste'yn can help her figure out what's going on before she talks to the animals anymore.
Ste'yn, give me an Arcana check.
I was gonna say, why stay in on the people that execute
Ste'yn did
magic?
say that she's happy to help any of you guys, whatever it is you guys are up to. So if you approached her about it, I'm sure she'd be happy to help.
Well, that and Viola spent the most time with Ste'yn. She feels like the most comfortable telling her because they've spent time one-on-one before they even got here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 19.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't believe her at first. But when she brings it up to you again, you start to consider that you're not sure how, but somehow there is definitely some kind of arcane something going on. Viola can't necessarily explain it, but something clearly happened for her to describe it as she did.
Well, that's exciting for you.
But I don't know how to control it or turn it off or on. And I don't want to talk to them anymore because last time it went poorly.
Maybe focus on not doing it then?
I think I can manage that.
My magic is something that's a gift from my goddess. Snow might have more understanding of how it works in other forms. But he talks about it reshaping the world or controlling the will of the world or something like that. So maybe if you don't will it strong enough, it won't happen.
I mean, that's a solid advice because there are times where I'm definitely like, man, it would be so nice if they could talk back to me. So.
But if you want more advice on that, that's much more Snow's wheelhouse. I just tell you to pray about it.
Well, I'm definitely not going to pray about it. Sorry, Ste'yn, I love you.
It could be a blessing from a goddess, god or goddess. You don't actually know.
Well, I ain't doing that.
I don't
Animals
see
would
why
be-
they would do that because I've done nothing for them, so I don't see them doing anything for me anytime soon.
Just because you haven't done something right away, it doesn't mean that they haven't taken a notice of you. I hadn't done anything when Atala chose me.
I guess that's true. Well, I'm gonna ask Snow for some advice before I go back to Saker's Keep and sit in a room and talk in my head for however long you guys do that for.
You mean meditate?
Sure, if that's what you want to call it. I thought we were calling it praying.
It's a form of prayer. You have different forms of fighting.
Okay.
You have different forms of prayer. Meditation is one of those.
What are the other forms?
That can be verbal prayer, where you actually speak aloud or talk about your god aloud, or maybe even with someone else, and it's more active. There is prayer through that which you do. A lot of my spells, a lot of my casting, it comes as I ask for Atala to give me the grace to do that which I need, to have her blessing in the moment, to carry out the spells that I want. It's a form of prayer for that. There's also praying for other people, asking her to guide them, light their way.
It seems like there's still a lot of talking and asking.
Oh, yes.
Which kind of seems like it's all like one
But
thing.
aren't
You're
there
either
just many
talking
different
out
ways to
loud or-
hit somebody with a sword?
That's true. You use well. I mean, there's other weapons you can use, but I
Other
get
ways
what
to
you're
hit
saying.
people.
I get what you're saying. That makes sense. I'm following what you're saying.
Good.
But like I said, I'm gonna ask Snow for some advice. Maybe I'll talk to that Maria, because Cynthia said that she helps her with her wizarding stuff. Now I don't think I'm a wizard of any sort because I don't really like reading books. I did enough of that growing up, but she seems to know a lot about magic, so maybe I'll ask her about it.
All right. I was gonna say asking Snow is a great segue. I mean, either way is fine. It's totally fine. Don't do anything.
She'll ask whoever she comes across first. I mean, she's not opposed to asking Snow. She'll ask Snow if she finds him.
So you do also spend some time in the Wild Pike, and in the Novice Hut, and getting to know your fellow novices a little bit, getting to know some of the people in the Wild Pike. You see, Snow is also spending a good amount of time in the Pikes. You guys can spend some time together listening to the performances. There's one time you go in and you can see Snow is actually working together with Vav. You can see her showing him some strings and some chords on her harp, and then letting him follow along. But you also, in some of the nights that you guys both of you are enjoying the Wild Pike, I need both of you to please give me a perception check.
6.
18.
I love you guys so much. So, Snow is enjoying himself. The music is lovely. You're there on one of the nights that Vav is performing. It's a beautiful piece. She's not using her harp that night. But Viola, you notice that you would come in the middle of one of the performances maybe, and as it's winding down, you notice someone approaching her afterwards. Someone very familiar that you see. It is Torval approaching her. They're having some brief conversation after her performance before he goes his own way. You see this a number of times, and you guys realize one of the nights, we'll say it's the night before the festivities are set to begin, you learn that Vav is going to be kind of another main performer that evening. And you hear her being introduced to the crowd that are all sitting enjoying their food and their drinks. You hear, ladies and gentlemen, to guide us into the evening hours, please give a very warm welcome and round of applause to Vav Campri, and people start applauding and cheering, and as she gets up on the stage and begins performing. And it's a lovely performance. And again, that afterwards, Torval is speaking to her after said performance. It's very nice.
You're muted, Kassie.
Viola, yeah, I put it on my mic, and I've been trying to do it on my computer after you mentioned that it was making a noise, and I forgot. Viola would go up and talk to him because she wants to say thank you to him for the whole fight situation, because that got her to be able to train with Storkum, and she's been doing that and enjoyed it. And she'd also ask him why he keeps walking over to Vav after every performance to talk to her.
Sure. He's less sure about your thank you, but he shrugs and says you're welcome. And then when you ask about Vav, he looks back at her, looks back at you, and he says, "That's my little sister. Of course I'm going to watch her perform."
That's your little sister?
Yeah, there are other things she could be doing, but she's always been stubborn, and she's going to follow her passions, and she wants to play instruments, so can't exactly stop her.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected her. I mean, she's so nice. It's kind of surprising that she's related to you.
After going over to thank him.
Negative charisma.
It's not the first time I've heard that, but most people are saying it and then they laugh afterwards. But all right.
Well, so clearly it makes sense. Just doesn't make sense that you guys are related.
We all have different skills. And
is she the youngest child?
She is the youngest, yes.
Okay. Are you the oldest, or do you have other siblings?
We both have an older brother.
Ah, so you're the middle child. It makes sense now.
I thought Viola did understand siblings. a few sessions ago, she's like, I'm an only child. I don't get this.
She's just making stuff up now.
Yeah, she's like, this sounds right.
She read a book on it somewhere.
Yeah. So one of the people in the Pike explained siblings to her. She spent enough time there. He just says, well, I'm glad that you have this opportunity to work with the Avenger. Please stop calling him by his first name. And I hope it's fruitful for you. I hope you go far, Viola.
Him by his first name?
Respect for a title is really what it comes down to.
He introduced himself to me as Storkum, though.
He can also forget himself.
Well,
he's a good friend of mine, I know.
His wishes rather than yours, to be honest. Or I'll ask him next time I see him.
Sounds great. Sounds very prudent of you.
Well, I'll leave you to it, and she'll wave and turn and go back to Snow. And when she gets back, she'll tell Snow that Vuv is Torval's little sister, that they have an older brother too.
Nice.
There's a V theme in the family so far.
Vuv is a nickname. Okay. And Viola, you also, the last thing you wanted to do was in the evenings you were going down to the stable. I think that's what I started to mention. You've gone down to the stable. And Sazian just, as he's giving you another packet of these little baby carrots, these actually appear to be, they look almost like crystallized, but they're coated in sugar. They look like they were cooked a little bit and then coated in a bit of sugar, and just as an extra treat. And he reminds you, or he mentions at least on the last evening before the festivities begin, that he'll be leaving the city. And he just wants to let you know, just assure you that Buttercup will, of course, still be taken care of. His brother is still going to be here, and she'll be well taken care of. He just wants to remind you of that, without ever looking up to catch your eye.
She probably has some things that she'd say to him, but we can do it later, so that way we can get through the other stuff faster and get to the festivities.
Cool. Marking this. Okay. And if I've not forgotten, then last, but certainly not least... Snow. You found a few places to perform throughout this 9 days. You noted that probably your favorite place was one of the parks in the residential wards, in the residence ward. It's bustling with people who are out and about. You can see the crews who are helping to celebrate or to decorate. You may or may not see Viola throughout that time helping to decorate. You may or may not see Ste'yn on patrol looking around. You note there's a group of kids that you always see, the same group of kids. And among them, there's this one slightly older child. He looks like he's about 12. He's a half elf. He appears to be very popular. Kind of looks like he's viewed like an older brother to all of these other kids. He dresses pretty plainly, not shabby. And mostly you note that he kind of walks with this little bit of a limp as he kind of jokes around and plays around with everyone. You learn his name is Burr Ironson. It's Buhr Ironson. And he's a jovial enough boy. He seems more interested in like making sure the others are okay than like him sitting and enjoying the music. But he makes sure that everyone kind of sits around when you come by to listen to you play. Give me a perception check, please.
17.
Okay. In your search around the residence ward, as you've been looking for a place to perform, at one point you spot Captain Nora. She otherwise hasn't really been around. Of course, the novice emissaries have, as they've been assisting. They've been kind of your go-tos. But you spot her, and you spot her in the residence wards at one of these shops. Looks like a wood crafting kind of shop. She's on her way out. Is only acknowledging people who are kind of in her path, but she seems to be beelining it south and towards the Rising Gate. So she kind of moves quickly and she's on her way. The shopkeep kind of hurries out, but has missed her, has a slip of parchment in his hand, kind of like, brushes it off, crumples it up, kind of tosses it. Not really caring about litter, it seems, in the area. And the little slip makes its way towards you. It's kind of interesting how it just seems to like float on the wind. You're just kind of taking note of the fancifulness of this slip of thin parchment spinning in the breeze and bumping against your boot. You pick it up, take a quick peek at it. It seems to be an inscription, along with kind of a design, something that was planned to be made. You note that it was for... The design appears to be a wooden spike. It's really beautiful, decorative wooden spike. It kind of reminds you of like it's wider. It looks like it's meant for like a garden, like it's a marker. But it's absolutely beautiful in its carvings. A lot of kind of elvish symbols on it. The inscription also is in Elvish, which I know you know. And I'm gonna send you what it says. Mark this off my list. And then I think the very last thing for Snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the last thing for Snow, Vav does take a few nights that she's able to start teaching you to use the harp, to play the harp. It's a fairly easy instrument to learn for you. And as you're kind of getting a better feel for it, she's thinking, like, if you'd like, you can try it out, like a smaller performance for a smaller crowd at some point with her. Give me a performance check.
$25.
There we go. Yeah, you pick it up impressively fast. It's like it comes naturally to you. And she is very impressed by your performance and your quick study. She tells you that it had taken her clumsy hands like a year to get a really proper hang of it, and you've done it in a few hours over a few days. You guys get to talking, and she talks about the trial of the troops. She said that she actually participated last year with her boyfriend. Then they actually came in 3rd place, but absolutely nobody could compete with the Soaring Songbirds and their lead singer, Daisy Mansville. And usually the winners come back to perform as guests, but the Soaring Songbirds are currently kind of touring around the county. They're trying to earn money to pay adventurers to help them find Daisy, who had gone missing. And she was an absolute inspiration. She was so charismatic. She just really knew how to lead a crowd, really knew how to get people's attention. And Veuve actually saves her harp for her bigger performances, like performances at the Pike, because Daisy had inspired her with this tremendously moving harp piece. It was just absolutely inspiring to her. So she shares that bit of herself with you. Unfortunately, as the night is ending, well, as you're stepping away from this conversation, she's about to perform again, and suddenly you find yourself sitting at the bar. There's a drink in your hand, and you're not quite sure how you got from, you were pretty sure you were walking over towards Veuve, and now you're sitting at the bar with a drink in your hand.
The medallion works.
Yeah.
The medallion works!
He will move it to as soon as he realizes that, like, yep, there's the familiar memory gap. He will put it in the bag of holding. And at some point, he will, during this time, he'll also tell Beau, next time that he sees him, he'll tell him, yep, that's what it was.
And there you have it.
Beau makes a note to
Sure.
kill Jeremy. No, not really.
No
Beau flips to a page in his spell book that's
Yeah.
just titled "Hit List."
It's a death.
No.
It's a
Jeremy.
death note.
No takesy backsies. Jeremy's a goner.
Did Snow get any mail during these night days?
You all got paid. Well, no, you didn't all get paid.
I gotta say, what is the amount that Beau is actually making here?
Let's find out. I'm gonna roll one of these other dice. Let's see. Let's roll.
Like income tax, he actually owes the guardianship money.
Oh,
With your very good deception check, they didn't necessarily recognize every night or every day that you weren't with them. So you actually get paid for 6 days worth.
At 2 a day?
Yes.
Or okay. Wow.
Instead of the 9 days worth.
Oh, okay. 6 out of the
we did
9.
that
I thought you were
math
saying
wrong.
6 in a week. That's how I was confused.
What? No, not 6 total. 6 days worth.
that a nine?
Versus
Okay.
the other. What? Snow, did you stick around?
Yeah.
For your? Okay. Got to bump elbows with some cool folks. I shot myself in the foot with that a little bit, didn't I? I'm gonna find another way to bring that information around. It's fine. So, if I've missed anything anyone wanted to get to, Snow, we talked about the lunch briefly outside of such, which you're welcome to share at whichever point you choose. But if I missed anything, Mm-hmm.
He also would have spent, assuming Ste'yn still sleeps in the graveyard, he will join her, if for no other reason than the fact that he realizes he has a lot of her stuff, including her bedroll and blanket, in his bag of holding.
Yeah.
Fair.
So, and during that time, he will notice if she ever pulls out a particular handbook to read.
Of course she does. She finally has it. She wants to know. She wants to highlight. She
Beau
wants
has
to look
also
good.
been going to that graveyard to sleep in the tree. So if at any point Snow needs some help.
Well, he already had a plan for it, as Brenna knows.
Yes. This very frustrating plan, poor Ste'yn.
You could always send in Claude to distract her.
So Ste'yn, you guys settle in for the nights, and you go to at least, I don't know, it's up to you, but you go to settle in for the night and pull out your handbook to finally read it. You haven't lost it this time. How exciting! And you turn that page to look through, and you can't read it because the page is absolutely filthy. The letters are entirely blocked. You can't even scrape it away. It is ingrained into the page, and it's stuck like that for an hour. It's not even worth it to try later if you know he's gonna do it again.
That effect is instantaneous and lasts. It doesn't go away.
Oh, just kidding. It's just dirty. It's
Where's
just
your
messy.
gods now?
You always try prayer. That doesn't mean it's gonna work.
You should just ask Atala what the rules of the guardianship are.
That's what
You're not getting it from a handbook.
when she's finally
Pray
level,
for
I think
direction.
12 or 10, when she's able to divine intervention. That's what she.
Tell me, intervene for me.
Heaven only knows where y'all will be at that point. Oh my goodness gracious.
By then, the
Probably
guardianship could be
still in the
destroyed.
festival.
Yeah, who knows? Shoot. Who even knows? Oh my gosh, there was
And then-
one thing I forgot.
Yeah,
It just
lastly,
escaped me.
lastly, Snow will use the Easy Bake Oven to make 2 healing potions.
Excellent. That's right. Perfect.
Which I think he has to roll for.
Yeah, it's like an Arcana check. Because that's why Beau
Pull
gave
up
it
the
to you.
homebrew.
Because it was it was some kind of Arcana you need to make.
Mhm.
We love homebrew. If my computer would do what I ask it to. Yep. Intelligence Arcana.
Yeah, it's just a DC of 10.
Mm-hmm. It's not meant to be
Yeah.
difficult.
If Ste'yn notices him making these, she'll give him guidance when he's doing it. or
With
doing
this
the check.
stolen item.
Potions are useful.
You know, this theft is okay.
She also doesn't necessarily know where Snow got it.
Yeah, that's true. Connecting,
'Cause it's not
connecting
like
the
Snow
dots
stole
doesn't
it.
always come very quickly.
Oh,
to
just
say.
roll.
With guidance, that is a 24.
Okay.
So a little bit past the DC of 10.
Yeah, so you've used that to create what did you taste to brew 1 potion? Yeah, so I think you
Actually,
have enough
this-
ingredients for 2 potions.
For 2, so yeah, I'll go ahead and roll for the second one as well.
Mm-hmm.
More than enough. That's a 16 without guidance.
Beautiful.
And then it also says that it needs maintenance every 5 uses if you don't have, or no, even with proficiency. What is the proficiency exactly for this? Is this Arcana proficiency or is this
proficiency in the
alchemical
included
supplies?
included kits and supplies. So it would be the supplies you need for creating potions.
So alchemical
alchemy
kit?
tools.
Alchemy tools.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get 1d6 uses.
We were
Without
just
it,
gonna get
26
Jeremy
uses
to fix
before.
it. That was Beau's thinking. We just have Jeremy take care of it.
Kill Jeremy after he fixes my easy bake coven.
No, that's if he doesn't fix it.
No pressure, Jeremy.
I rolled a 3 on the d6, so there's one more use of it, but we have to buy more ingredients before we can use it in.
Yeah. I know someone you can talk to about that. Okay. Let me look at my list one more time, because I swear there was something.
I know that there was one other thing for Beau, but that was
Yes.
going to be technically the first day of the event.
That would be tonight. Yeah, like
Oh,
we're at that
okay.
night. The night before the
okay.
funeral leading into. Yeah, so I'm just going to
Well, I thought it was going to be the day before the funeral, like the morning of, I think was the
Oh, I
last
thought you
thing
wanted to
that
talk
we
to her the
messaged.
night before.
I think we were doing it after they got like the morning details.
Right.
Was the last thing
no,
that
you're
we
right.
messaged about.
Yes, sir. Da 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 da. I think it was something involving. Let's know. He got his harp lessons. Hooray. This is just me, like, making sure I caught up. Lear. Mentioned that the Goliaths are here.
Why does it come?
Viola, you also hear, while you're in the Wild Pike, just more of the chitter chatter going around. You also hear the name Viver coming up again. Although what you notice there is that it seems to come up, and then every time it comes up, and you kind of like overhear the conversation seems to swing very, very quickly to something else, but it does pop up.
Is she able to pinpoint who keeps saying it, bringing it up?
You can give me perception or investigation, your choice.
Perception.
Okay.
That is a 19.
Okay. You do notice who keeps bringing it up, because in the evenings or times that you've been in the Wild Pike, a lot of people have been approaching you. People who appear to be from out of the city in like merchant garb and traveling garb, etc. And they're all being very friendly. Like they want to like offer to buy you a drink and buy you some food. But you also quickly realize that they're only doing it because in how you're dressed, they think you have money and they want you to buy their stuff. They don't actually care if you want the drink or the food. They just want you to buy their stuff. But you overhear a lot of traders and travelers. The word comes up. And then as it's coming up, they seem to get distracted easily by one of the barmaids coming by or one of the bar lads coming by and quickly taking their drink offer or their drink requests and their food requests, and then the conversation gets sidetracked by something that they said.
To specifically ask one of them about it, what they've heard.
They kind of just shrug it off, and if you're not interested in buying something from them, they don't really want to continue talking to you.
What do they have to sell?
They've got all manner of. They show you a variety of very shiny trinkets, gold this and silver that, and some things that have some gems on them, various pricey looking jewelry.
Can she just like try to pretend to be really interested without actually buying anything to try and get them to tell her what they're hearing about Viver?
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Sounds good.
That is 17.
Okay. Okay. You act very interested. But before you could make a purchase, just something they said really struck a chord with you, and you'd really appreciate if they would just a quick little story about what did they say? Viver? Isn't that like Elvish or something? And they seem to want to impress their potential buyer, and they tell you some very trumped up story about how these four adventurers who look like nobodies came wandering into some city, and they were like really ratty looking, carried terrible armor and terrible bags. They were all sopping wet like wet puppies. They looked awful. But somehow they went out into the dawn and fought off an entire army of goblins that were being herded forward by these generals of bugbears, and they just wiped them out. And as they came back to the city, they looked as if the very gods had blessed them with this amazing shining armor and these gleaming daggers and swords. Their hair seemed to be blowing back in an unknown breeze as everything else was still, and a choir of angels sang behind them as the sun set on the day that the Viver let us all live. It's a masterful tale.
Viola is dying laughing.
They take it as just like, yeah, it really was a very exciting story. Isn't that something? And then he tries to sell you something saying like, actually these bracers here, and they're like gem encrusted, actually belongs to one of the Viver.
Do they now? Interesting. I don't believe you, so I'm gonna head on. Thank you. And as soon as she finds Beau or Snow or Ste'yn, she's gonna tell them. As long as she can like breathe to talk from how much she's laughing.
That's amazing.
You guys share these tales into the night, the dawn, or as the dawn of the final day approaches.
Can I do one last thing before we get to the day?
Sure. If there's anything else, let me know.
It's hopefully small and quick. Some point Ste'yn would find Snow probably one night when they're in the graveyard, and she would explain that.
Yes, you had your sending and response in that time, but you'd already received it. But
yeah, no, that's not about. She's gonna talk to Snow about the rest of the message that she gotten from Helena through Silk about how he wanted one of the rubies in order to get the information about Terran, or Helena did. And Ste'yn knew that those were too dangerous to try and actually barter with unless Snow really wants her to. And then she will acquire one somehow and use it for that.
No nods. Thoughtfully. But doesn't really have anything to say on it.
Okay. So.
Okay. And you guys set up your graveyard camp one more time. Viola does not. Viola is getting to know the girls or the ladies in the barracks, and I'll share some information with you about them too. I will say that the conversations do continue every evening. They seem like they're welcome to more conversation, talking about the day. Cynthia continues to just keep her nose in the book, and each night seems a little less involved in the conversation, a little deeper into her studies. And then the sun rises. One final call, kind of a debriefing-ish from your novice emissaries and volunteers, to dismiss you for the joys of the festivities, but also the appropriate solemnity. And they explain to you about the procession route, where you are welcome to stand, what you are welcome to do as the procession comes by, which is not interrupted, before you are set free for just a little bit, or for a few hours, as the procession will be coming into the Peace District shortly before sundown. And I think that would be a good place to take a little break. We'll take 5 or 10, and when we get back, we have a giveaway to do.
Which last time we had people roll while we were on break, I believe.
While on break? Perfect.
Or not roll,
so,
they put in a number.
We'll pick a number.
Yeah, so it's still between
Excellent.
2 and 40.
Cool. Awesome. You guys have numbers to pick. We have a quick break to take, and I have literally not had a single sip of water as we've been standing here for 2 hours. I ate.
Hydrate or dehydrate.
I ate, at least. And stick around. Make sure, don't forget to like the video, leave a comment, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and then we'll be right back. Pinkies up.
And we're back. I got
Welcome back, everybody. And unpinning things.
Yeah.
Oh, you pinned what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
I could pin
I'm
whatever I
honored.
want.
Oh, well, dang. All right. Shoot. You go, pin boy. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. Hi. Thanks for sticking around. We enjoy your company. I hope you're enjoying ours. We have had some fantastic sessions leading up until now, 29 previous ones. And on this, the night of our 30th session, we have a giveaway to complete.
Oh my gosh.
So, you're welcome. So everyone in chat, you had your time to throw a number down between 2 and 40. We're going to roll 2 d20s because that's how math works. And we're going to see, is it closest, just in general, closest without
It's
going
closest or exact.
Can I roll?
I mean, we could both roll one if you want.
Well, that's fun. And then we'll just do math. All right, you ready?
All right.
Let's do it. Let's go!
What?
Well, I just rolled really well.
You got a 20?
Yeah.
All right, well, it's going to be the high number winner because I got a 15, so we're looking at 35.
Hey!
So I think that makes you the winner, actually.
Hey, that
Because
seems
you
like
have
cheating.
33. No, it just means we could save money potentially.
I picked 33 because that's how old I am. Cool. Hey, congratulations, Brenna. You've won something, and it's not a headache from your characters rolling 2 natural 20s in a row themselves.
But if we get another 20 more subs, then we'll just do another one. So
Yep.
keep
I
the
feel
subscribers
bad.
coming.
I want to give away my win. Or I want to buy that adorable animal book. Can I get the adorable animal book?
The Humblewood.
Yeah. Hey, David,
should.
will you buy me the adorable animal book for my birthday?
In August?
Yeah, I can wait till August. That's fine. You can save the money. And I'll have my prize. You can buy it for me for my birthday. Hey, thank you guys so much for participating. We appreciate it. And make sure you tune in for our next giveaway, which will be at 150 subscribers. You can help us with that by letting people know that we are here, bringing clean, wholesome, relatively content to the world of tabletop RPGs. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you leave a little comment because I want to know the following. What is your favorite festival game?
I thought you were going to say, was this rigged? I want to know
Was
the
this
following.
rigged?
Was this rigged?
She's gonna ask about
Ooh. Okay, but you can't tell me that my fan fiction is not absolutely playing
Wait,
out
what?
to a T.
What are you talking?
Huh?
Wait, what did Catherine say?
Hey, don't worry about it.
For
So
sure.
anyway, remember that die I had to grab right before we started? That's the one that rolled the 20. Yay. Thanks, guys. It's absolutely rigged. To be fair, Josh won the last one, but there were fewer people in the last one.
Yeah. But that's good. There's
Awesome.
more people this time.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for participating. And we're going to enjoy the rest of this session leading up to the Harvest Land Festival. I'm very excited. So, let's bring it back. Let's roll it back in. Let's get back into character a little bit. Get back into our story a little bit. Separating from our friends in the void, who can hang out and enjoy some storytelling for the next few hours. So, you guys have been debriefed. You have been set to task of just enjoying yourselves for the next few hours. There are already vendors out and about, people hailing everyone that they can find down. Imagine a large and very busy Ren fair. It's literally you're living a Ren fair right now. There are people in these beautiful dresses, beautiful things that men wear that the word is absolutely escaping me. What am I
Kilts?
trying to say? Huh?
Kilts?
Not
I don't
kilts.
know.
Waistcoats?
That is something men wear.
Yeah, waistcoats and nice slacks and
Cummerbunds?
trousers,
and-
whatever. you know.
You're making it sound
Totally
like kilts are like
breaking.
insane.
Kilts are like very specific. I feel like it's only modern that we're just like, let's throw kilts around and be like,
Is it?
I don't know. I
It's
feel
pretty
like it
old.
might.
It's pretty old.
Yeah, but like I don't think. But is it?
It's very
but is it-
culture specific. Depends on if your world
Right.
has that or not.
Right. I'm not saying there. In fact, there are now kilts because you've said it. So there are. Congratulations. You've helped me build this world a little. There are men going about in kilts with flagons of ale in their hands already, and it is not noon yet.
But just
they
for
are
fun, the
ready to
kilt,
party.
as we know it, originated in the first quarter of the 18th century, known to the Gaelic-speaking Highlander as little wrap. It evolved from the big wrap.
You don't say.
That makes sense.
Or belted plaid,
Facts.
the first identifiable Scottish costume that emerged, or custom that emerged in the late 16th century. So quite a while.
So you might see a couple of kilts from some enthusiastic partygoers, but it's definitely not the norm that you've seen in any of your time in Yerusha. These are clearly people maybe with some heritage outside of Yerusha, or people who just want to party in man skirts. Cultural man skirts. Cultural. Respect
You're
it.
insulting my culture here.
I said cultural.
Pretty sure I'm more Scottish than you are, Catherine.
Oh, we could have that debate if you want.
But was that
After the
briefing?
game.
Was that briefing that you're talking about the same one we were messaging, or is there another one that is the
Yes,
applicable
no,
one?
that would be. You guys are not set to assignment today. Today is the day of the funeral, which is going to process into and begin the festival. So if you're going to do anything post being set free, now would be the time.
Okay, then after, I'm guessing Moonridge was the one that was giving Ste'yn and Beau's one.
Yes, Moonridge and Canyon, who compliments you both on your fine work. And Beau, you had done such a great job. He
Oh,
barely
Beau has
even knew you were
glasses
there.
now, by the way, for everyone. Just gonna clear that out there.
Beau is a poser.
They serve a
Beau
purpose.
is the first hipster.
They serve a purpose.
Sure,
You
they
didn't hear
do.
me
They're-
that.
It's
They're
totally not
glasses.
glasses.
The glasses of
Viola's gonna
intellect.
ask.
They don't just make him look smart. They do actually make him smart.
He's got a brain now.
Ouch.
He got
We're
up
so
5
proud.
ability points in intelligence. He's now at 19.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. That's what my reaction was too.
Still
Why
an
did I give
uncommon
this to him?
item.
You wouldn't hit someone with glasses, would you? Damn.
But after Moonridge does his thing, Beau's gonna pull Ste'yn aside before they break off to everyone. Ste'yn? So, I have a favor to ask, not to give.
Right?
All right. So it's a bit of a burden, but I wasn't anticipating a festival happening that we would have to take part of when I decided to join this place. And there is a lot more going on than I anticipated. So, could you maybe stay by me? For clarification.
Stan is not laughing. This is just Catherine.
Yeah. I don't know if it is wise to leave me unattended with so many people.
Absolutely. I will definitely stay by you. That is not a problem at all.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Of course.
I will try to make it effortless for you.
I tend to see if you try to go off, I'll probably see you anyway.
Good. That's what I was counting on.
And you can do that mind link thing if you actually need to go off somewhere.
In theory, yes. But it may be better to just view me as somebody that has a drinking problem and don't just let them go off and do things.
I know. I plan to keep an eye on you. If for some reason you have to go off by yourself, you can establish the mind link. That way I can at least communicate with you. I don't plan on leaving you by yourself.
Right. As a last resort.
Exactly.
All right, well, you're handling this better than I anticipated.
I'm helping keep you and other people safe. That's literally what I do.
Exactly why I asked you.
All right. Is there anything else I need to know?
Like what?
I don't know. Sometimes when you pull me aside for conversations, we end up on these big tangents about things, and just wanted to give you space to ask or say anything else you want.
Well, I don't think you want to know anything floating around in my head today. Or probably the next week.
Do you need to be able to go hunting at night outside the city?
That probably would help.
I can come with you. I won't go out to help you find animals because I'm not stealthy for that. But I can at least go with you to the edge of the city and be waiting for you when you come back.
All right. Then sounds good. Also, you're gonna have to probably give me some pointers on what we're actually supposed to be doing. I missed quite a bit.
I noticed. And Ste'yn will just explain as they're going meet up with the others or something, what the security safety stuff actually entailed and did and all that jazz.
Excellent. Yeah, you guys are not being asked to continue your duties that you had in the days leading up to the festival. It was meant as a learning opportunity and a chance to work alongside the people in this city, because you are citizens of this city now. Like, you live here. This is your home now, for as long as you'll have it. But you've also seen how it's a bit split between citizen residents and guardian residents, especially if you were on security detail and actually there. You can sort of see and heard, especially from Canyon, where those lines get blurred and where it's a pretty clear divide.
Sounds good.
All right. Beau, I will have you can give me just one, and I'll let you roll it with advantage, but give me a survival check as far as what you would be capable to do and to gather over the last 9 days that...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew I was forgetting something important.
So that is
Come on!
12, wait a minute, 12 plus... Because this is back in the day, right? This is not technically for today. This would have been over the course, right?
Yeah, not with your...
Okay, yeah. So that would be 14. Well, this is wisdom anyway. I was just making sure, for the sake of the psionic dice, that I wouldn't count against today's total, because it was technically before today.
Yeah. Okay. As far as making sure you have enough of what you need, you've surprisingly done better in while you've been in the city than out and about roaming, but you would have found some time to get out, get what you need for what I think you can have like 3 days at a time. So you were never without. So you're full up starting at the start of the festival.
All right, cool.
So you should be good to go for a little while. Okay, that being said, based on anything that you have learned or have chosen to do over the amount of time, is there anything you guys would like to do today, or just in general, anything you'd like to do today leading up to the sunset procession?
So we're back together then? It's like our first day back together.
Guys, the team's back together!
Well, at least for any notable amount of time. Kassie, you're muted.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I saw your lips move, so I thought you were saying something.
Your lips are moving. Sorry, I hate that song. I love that song.
Snow will give a healing potion to Viola and to Ste'yn.
Thank you. Viola will put it in her book bag.
Awesome. Viola, are you
Ste'yn,
still
did you
going about in
finally-
your... You're still going about in your golden armor?
Yes.
Okay.
Ste'yn, did you finally get the chance to read that handbook?
You know, I took it out to read it, and I'm gonna have to talk to Vaughn and get you a new one because it was filthy. The pages were stuck, there was grime all over, I couldn't even get it clean to even read a single page, and I don't know what happened. It just stayed in my bag. I really don't know what's going on with this.
Well, I definitely didn't give it to you like that. Maybe you just need
No,
to
I
go
know.
get another one from Vaughn and sit there in the office and read it right there.
I mean, I don't really care for the lady, but I feel like maybe this is a message from Atala. Just give up on it.
Atala's
Read the
divine
signs.
intervention.
But it's just rules and how this
Some
place
rules are bad.
works. And
Yeah, well, maybe she feels like you're putting too much effort in learning their rules instead of keeping up on whatever she teaches.
I have noticed you've been a little bit more preoccupied about the guardianship than your own personal relationship with Atala.
Ste'yn just looks a little bit like deer in the headlights. But
It's okay. You little pat her on the shoulder.
Here at Tales from the Catacombs,
Maybe
we as players love God and love Christ. In game, your gods are stupid.
Vala's not stupid. She's just trying to reach me in a way that I've been apparently ignoring. Is that what it really is?
It
Just
seems like a
meditate on it
classic
and-
case.
You've been preoccupying yourself with things of the world. You should preoccupy your mind with things above.
Beau
I need
and
to spend
Snow
more
are gonna
time in
get
the temple.
slighted, messing around with the chosen one.
I know, right? She's gonna
Snow
go
spent
against her
7
god.
years in a temple for this moment of being able to know what to say.
Those got
Blazing
increased
together.
intelligence. His religion has never been higher.
Oh no.
So maybe instead of spending time reading a handbook, I should spend that time in the temple.
In prayer.
You have been spending tons of time in the graveyard and the temple, and you have yet to read the handbook.
But perhaps it's as they're saying, I've been too preoccupied with what's going on here, with the dreams, with everything, that I haven't actually been listening to it
I
all.
mean, honestly, if we were breaking rules, I'm sure someone would tell us. I think we're fine.
Yeah, I already read the
I know.
handbook, so if there's anything that comes up, if you do something that breaks a rule, I will definitely let you know.
You will?
Absolutely.
Insight
Insight
check.
check.
Roll them up.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on this because
That
it's
is a
fun.
dirty 20.
That's a 19.
So you believe him for a moment, and then he just starts laughing, and you know he's lying through his teeth.
Ste'yn just shakes her head with a
Ste'yn.
smirk.
I will read the rule book thoroughly for you and let you know.
I mean, don't
In
you
Snow's
hate
mind,
reading?
a new target.
A new challenger has entered the arena.
I mean, I guess really, if Atoll didn't want me to do something, she'd let me know, and I haven't been able to read it, so maybe it is that I shouldn't be reading it. Maybe if there's a rule I need to break, I need to be able to break it and not be held back by the knowledge that it is a rule that would be broken.
Exactly.
I can't believe I just
It
said that.
depends on the
but-
rule. Rules are made to protect us, so...
Well, there are many rules that already are just known and assumed knowledge, like not killing people or not stealing things. But
Rules are made to be broken.
I disagree.
no. But not every rule deserves to be followed if it is one that is not just and not right.
Yeah, plus some rules are just kind of boring.
They let
Just-
you know what freedom you have and how your freedom can work.
Listen, you didn't read the handbook. It was really boring.
Yeah, I couldn't get past the cover.
I'll just
Oh, well, I will try my best to read it and see what it's all about and decide for myself. Has anyone seen any of the like big events that's going on? I mean, I know we've got the funeral procession situation, but besides that, has anybody even looked around at any of the little booths? Did the girls ever come up with a booth? Did I ever hear about that?
The you guys have been so preoccupied with the work that they set you to do. It wasn't quite enough time to put together a formal booth. The city, you see all kinds of little like tables that are, or chairs that have been pulled out and cloth laid over chairs. And you see some people standing behind those with little knickknacks on the chairs that look like a little table. You see the same thing if you are meandering around the whole city, especially in like the residence ward. You see a lot of little makeshift setups like that where kids are selling like apple cider and they're selling like handmade toys that they made. So if you don't have a formal booth, you do have ways of setting up these little makeshift ones if you chose to.
Viola's not choosing to.
Not today.
But there are people that are already selling, and there are performers out and about. Where were you guys having this conversation?
I think we were just walking.
Okay, yeah, you're passing by all manner of people. Some people are still setting up last minute, even official looking booths. They just have been taking too long, and they were down a few hands for some help with building. And you know, it happens. Some people just go missing when they're set to task. But there are other people you see who just walking down the streets. You see some little troops performing and dancers along the sides of the roads. Little crowds are forming around them. You see some very beautiful dancers that are all in these it's like a bodysuit underneath, but then these swaths of silks around their shoulders, around their waists, and you see these chains around their hips, around their hands and their ankles. And every time they move, you can hear these little coins on the chains just jingling along with every movement. Their barefoot feet are decorated in beautiful multicolored inks in these beautiful floral looking patterns. It's almost hypnotizing, going up their feet to their ankles, around their hands, from their necks up to their chins, almost like little flowers blossoming around their chins as they continue to dance and pass by. As you're going around, you hear people calling out to you, you know, we've got wares from all the way up in Marin's Eve. You haven't seen the likes of these down south. And people are calling out every which way. A couple of booths, you see people are calling people over for little games. There's some darts being thrown. You see something very similar to like bobbing for apples. You see little ring toss games scattered throughout as well. Anything you can think of has probably shown up, and just all throughout the streets, different warm scents are hitting you from various food vendors, and there is music around every corner.
Viola is specifically looking for any like strength events where she could win some money or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So main events are not happening until the next day. Like, and you do see also there are posters that explain the various main events. So the first day there is it's not so much a strength as it is a constitution. Tomorrow's main event starts at dawn, and it's called the Tower of Power. It's a game where they it's an endurance game as they describe it, and whoever can stay with their hand up to this enormous pole for the longest time will win a cash prize, a money prize. There are other events that will be taking place, but there are also some daily events. There's various like wrestling, whether it's like arm wrestling. There's one, there's like a kind of, there's like a sumo kind of wrestling event. But you're not quite sure how serious it is because the way it's depicted on these posters about it, you just see these very cartoonish looking animal faces next to the event or on the event poster. So you're not quite sure what's going on there, but it's very colorful and very enticing. But that would be one of the strength events that will be taking place. Yeah, they've got
Viola definitely wants to do the arm wrestling. She'll point out the standing with your hand on the tower to Ste'yn and say, "Hey, Ste'yn, that sounds like something you could do.
Anyone
do some
can do
meditation
that.
while you're standing there." Oh, well, you better enter then.
It could be fun.
Win some money.
Actually, I have an idea. We should do it.
Gosh, I'm scared.
What's your idea? Just that we should do it?
Yes.
It
Yes.
was very involved.
He thought of it the whole time. It was
It's
him.
just the one hand.
I believe
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, at
What are you
least
gonna
one
s-
hand must be on the thing.
I don't think that you can like kill the other people with their hands on the pole in
I
order
won't
to
make
win.
anyone die. I'll just make some people sleepy.
Okay, then I guess we need to do that tomorrow.
3 minutes into the event. Congratulations, we have a winner! That was weird. Must have started too early for them.
I mean, just there are, I think basically elves or half elves might be. I mean, I know that won't affect them. They're immune to it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sounds like you have a plan
All
for tomorrow.
contestants are suddenly elves.
But if
The
it's
other ones,
just
the other ones are
keeping a
just
hand on
slip
a
on some
pole.
grease.
There are ways.
No.
Just fly to the top of the pole and sit.
Yeah, just sit on top. That's at least a hand. As you're looking for these, Viola's looking for strength-based things, and you go about and you see various, you find a booth where they are, they're doing arm wrestling. There's a couple of people who are already sitting there, kind of having the rules talked to them at one table while another table is already going at it. You see two men sitting at one. There's 3 tables. You see 2 men sitting at one. You see a man and a woman sitting at the second one, and then you see another 2 like big burly guys sitting at this last table where they're having the rules explained to them. You can see on the first table, they're like their veins are kind of popping a little bit as they're straining and kind of pushing the other one, and eventually you hear the slam as one of their hands smacks into the wooden table, and the other guy jumps up from his seat cheering, and then goes over to a wall to select from a little wall of prizes. At the second table, you can definitely see. Actually, give me an insight check as you're approaching.
Who? Anyone? Everyone?
Anyone interested? Viola's definitely.
That's a nat 20 on the dumbest thing.
Who knows? Maybe you'll make friends.
Beau got a 14, but
fantastic. Yeah, you both notice. Well, Beau, you notice that the guy is definitely he's not like trying to really like force the girl's hands out. He looks like he definitely has the advantage over her. She's fairly dainty, and he's like a standard size guy. He definitely has a good few inches on her, and his hand is like almost practically swallowing hers. Viola, when you look over at them, you can tell that he's absolutely just keeping his arm very still, and she's like laughing as she's like straining to try and push his arm. Those two are clearly in like a romantic relationship, and he is just like letting her kind of just push and laugh until he's like every now and then like letting his arm go a little bit and then putting it right back. You approach as the person leading this booth. He's actually standing on another chair to get some height because he is clearly gnomish, and he's wearing a very festive attire, this orange outfit with these slippers that have a long curling toe, and he explains, grip your opponent's hand, elbows on the table, and the first person to make their opponent's hand touch the table wins. No magic, no assistance, just your brute strength. All right, are you two ready? And the 2 burly men nod, look at each other, kind of their faces are like a little grinning, but also like they look intense. All right, and he says, 3, 2, 1, wrestle. And you watch, they are intently pushing back and forth. A crowd is kind of forming around them as the 2 who had finished start to watch, and then the couple, the guy is just watching over, and even the girl's not really pushing anymore. She's just watching their table. These 2 men are straining. You can see the table kind of shaking a little bit beneath them. And it takes a few minutes before finally one of them manages to just get his friend's hand down to the table. And there's just roaring applause as a crowd had started to form around you guys. And the guy, like, the winner kind of gives a strong fist and offers another round, but the guy kind of like shakes his head and rubs the muscles in his arm and You can see his elbows a little bit chafed up from the table too. He needs some lotion. Poor guy.
Viola will walk up and offer to go against him.
Okay. They were about to stand and leave, and you offer. They both look at you. The winner kind of perks an eyebrow. You sure, ma'am?
Yeah, why not? I'm stronger than I look. You never know.
All right. Well, how about this? If you do, when I win, I'll let you still pick the prize.
How generous of you.
I try to at least be a gentleman. What's your name?
Viola. And she'll hold out her hand and shake it.
And he'll shake your hand, and he gives you a good squeeze. Gives your hand a good strong squeeze, as if to kind of show you, like, he's being a tough guy.
What is he wearing?
Just some pretty basic clothing. He doesn't seem like he's the type to get fanciful for these kinds of things. So it's like just a simple tunic, some short trousers, because it is still fairly warm for being the Harvest Lamps Festival.
See, Beau's gonna go up towards Viola, and he's just gonna, well, good luck to you. And as he turns around, he's going to do prestidigitation on the guy's shirt to create a big pink heart on the front of it.
The one that has like the arrow going through that says "Mom."
Sure.
When Viola sees that, she'll point to it and be like, "Oh, you're so fashionable. I love that."
He just kind of shakes his head. I'm not really into the whole festive thing. I'm in it more for the competition than anything. And he looks down to make his point and sees the heart. What?
Must have just been a little bonus for winning last round.
How did he like looks around and looks at his buddy who also is laughing. And he shakes his head. Don't you even start or I'll bring you down another peg. He's like brushing at it. Dang magic. This is why I don't like those events. This is why I just do strength stuff. It doesn't involve magic.
Yeah, that's exactly why I usually stick to the strength stuff too. Magic is not my forte.
Well, I guess if it's fashionable, then you'll enjoy the view. He holds his hand out again.
We all know she only has eye for one man.
Oh no.
Jeremy.
The only view I enjoy is Storkham.
Does she say that to him?
No, she doesn't say that.
Be like, who? The gnome is also kind of laughing along with the banter, and he's like, he's leaning in, hands on his knees of his probably overly tight, stretchy pants. It looks very jester-like, and he's looking between the contestants. Well, we've already got a little competition going. This is exciting. This is what the festival's all about. All right. Do we know the rules, or do we need to repeat them for you?
I think I got it, and Viola will put her arm up and get ready to go.
Fantastic. Remember, no magic to help. This is all brute strength. We're going to show them what this festival's really all about. All right, take your opponent's hand, elbows on the table, and on 3, we'll begin.
Really all about? It's about farming.
Oh, it's about more than that, Sonny.
About that.
Harvesting. Excuse me. Including harvesting meats. He
Not
he
what you call that.
Yeah, that's butcher.
He just butchered that. It's okay.
he
No,
looks
we'll-
over at
we'll
you as
call
before
out
he
His good lucks to Viola and give her bardic inspiration. That is a D8 that you can add.
Technically, it's not a spell.
Got it.
Yeah, it's not.
he didn't
No.
say no spells. He said no magic.
Just an encouraging word.
Doesn't matter. All he did was say, "Good luck, Viola."
Oh no, I'm not stopping you from doing it. I'm just saying he didn't say spells. He said magic. So
Also, it is not ever called magic.
Yeah. It's inspiring.
Just an effect.
It's charismatic at its finest.
Mhm.
Or charisma at its finest.
It is. It
Bell's
is.
got Riz.
Yeah, it is
You
simply
just got that Riz.
inspiration. It's not a magical effect.
Yeah.
So even if like Ste'yn had detect magic up, it wouldn't do anything for bardic inspiration. That is simply a feature that bards can do.
interesting. Well, I'm gonna write this down
Hello,
and pretend like I'm actually
loophole.
gonna remember this. Bardic inspiration.
These people should
does
just hire
not
their own bards to
equal
follow them around to give them
magic.
this.
Yeah, just your own yes men. Bards are just yes men. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. The gnome who will say he has some form of identification. Let's say that the whole booth, the name of it is Billin's Feats of Strength, and it's on a very poorly carved wooden plaque hanging at the top of this tent where these chairs and tables are. And he says, "Oh no, Sonny, this is about much more than harvesting. This is about the whole feeling of the season. We're coming into a season of bringing in and recognizing the hard work we've done. That's why we do it. Haven't you celebrated the Harvest Lamps Festival before?"
A long time ago.
Oh, we should get you back in the spirit then, with some feats of strength. Ma'am, sir, are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Fantastic. On 3, you will try to get your opponent's hand to the table and not your own. 1. Oh, no, I counted down backwards last time. 3, 2, 1, go. Viola, please give me a strength check, if you will. This will be opposed.
You almost say it's athletic.
Yeah. Actually, yes.
There you go.
Strength athletics.
I was already intending on using athletics, so I'm happy that got brought up.
Okay, that's called cheating. No, I'm joking.
That's
She's
called
over there.
planning.
She's over there. Yeah, I get a +7 to my strength.
Actually, it's a +9.
Oh wow.
That is 28.
Wow. Okay. You are locked eyes with this guy after all he said so far, and you're ready to go, and you are now in attack mode. And immediately your hand starts moving towards his, bringing it closer to the table, and it's as if you caught him by surprise, but your hand moves pretty quickly and starts moving his down. Okay. Your arm barely feels like it's straining. Give me another contested strength athletics, please.
You can do it.
That's a nat 20.
Let's go, Queen.
You feel his hand squeeze yours even tighter as he's frowning now. His teeth are gritted, but he barely has time to even kind of take another breath before you slam his hand down against the table. And you watch him wince as he pulls his arm back. The gnome over you, Billin, he starts applauding madly, and the lady wins. What did you say your name was again, ma'am?
Viola.
Viola, the powerful, Viola, the victorious, and people who have kind of remained mingling around start cheering for you, Viola. And he says, the guy across from you, he says, again, I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. After that last, did you see my match against my friend? I just needed a chance to let my muscles relax.
Mm-hmm. Really? You think?
They didn't look very relaxed where I'm standing.
I wasn't talking to you. Kind of cracks his knuckles, shakes his arms out, and he puts his hand back on the table. So, you gonna go again?
Okay. Fine. Viola will put her hand up again.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
That is
Wait.
a 21.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Do you already use the bardic inspiration, or are you just still pocketing it?
She doesn't
I used it
need
the first time.
Oh, okay.
did you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, she didn't even need it. Okay. So, Billin, he is absolutely giddy. He is grinning ear to ear. As he looks at you guys, and the other tables have gotten up to watch this. And Billin actually looks at the other three. Are you also participating? Did you want to try and win a prize today?
We're just here to cheer on our good friend.
Are you
Well,
sure?
what kind
you
of
look
prizes do you have?
strong. And he motions towards this wall of like all manner of like little trinkets and baubles and things. Each one of them has a little impression on them of a really whimsical looking bee in common. And all of them seem to be somehow like strength related as far as their appearance, whether it looks like I don't know, like an anvil, like something heavy, or it looks like a you know, has an imprint of a muscular arm or a fist or something. But it's a series of baubles and such.
Nothing magical then.
Didn't say that. Unless you're detecting magic.
Well, he's asking.
Oh. Oh yeah, some of them are magical.
What kind of
They do anything
effect?
interesting? Gotta know if this is worth it or not.
Oh, sure, certainly. Let me pull out my list of fun things and stuff.
Well, so far, Viola already gets one prize.
It's true. He takes down one of the items that basically just looks like a small. It almost looks like an enlarged marble, but made of like iron. And he says, "This little beauty," and he turns it so you can see where the bee is kind of chiseled in there.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "This little beauty will make you all the tougher, not just for something like this, but a strength within, more fortitude, more grit." He looks at other items that he has. There are others that increase your strength for some amount of time or give you like strength benefits. I'd have to go through my whole little list. If you actually want me to go like one at a time through my whole little list of things. So I was about to make y'all roll.
No, that's all right.
But I printed stuff.
That is very impressive.
It's not highlighted, I'm afraid.
And
But once you
Viola
pick
gets
something, I'll
one.
highlight it.
The idea of the
Maybe
magic
two.
things intrigues Ste'yn. She'll go ahead and give it a shot. Why not? Might can win something.
Yay!
Viola
Ooh,
starts
I see
clapping
something
really
Viola will
loudly
like.
when Ste'yn goes to join. Ooh, something Viola will like.
Yeah, I'm gonna highlight it so I don't lose track of it because my page is literally black and white, so everything looks the same. Oop. So Ste'yn's in?
Sure.
Awesome. Is she
She's not
challenging
that
anyone?
strong, but she'll look around and see who someone catches her eye or just looks eager.
The girl of that couple comes up to you. She's like, I'll go against you. I almost beat my boyfriend. I was this close.
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you'll be that close to beating me too.
I think so. I may not look it, and she's a very dainty little thing in this cute little sundress that's orange with these big sprawling leaves and vines across it. Her hair is pinned up with cute little pins that have little pearls on the ends of them, and then these like very dainty like tape curls coming down her shoulders. Her hair is this like bright orange. She has little freckles on her face. And she's like politely slides into the seat across from you and holds her hand up. And you can see she also has like a number of these thin rings. Some of them have little stones in them, not gemstones, but just like kind of just polished stone. She has a few little rope bracelets on. She looks very dressed for a fun event, and her arm is a measly little thing.
All right.
Okay. So you're both going back for it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Viola's going back for it, and Ste'yn's gonna oh, he meant to introduce himself. I meant to introduce him. His name is Zader. Zader.
He's not just the man anymore.
He is not. His name is Zader. And Bellin is Bellin. Okay. Bellin also is out of his mind with excitement that you decided to join. He looks.
Is Ste'yn still not wearing her scarf on her hair anymore? I meant to ask that
Her
earlier.
scarf on her head again.
That's what I thought.
Snow's got it in the bag of holding. If
Mhm.
she wants it back ever, she'll have to ask for it.
Yes,
She did that
ask.
intentionally.
Don't let me take this back. Okay. So, Bellin quickly explains the rules to you in brief because you had been standing there, but it is important that he say it. He's like, this is part of the clause. Can't have you guys saying I didn't explain the rules to you, so I did. Now let's begin. Elbows on the table. Everyone ready? I will count down from 3. And the girl holds her hand out to you, Ste'yn, and takes your hand. Her name is Hova. Hova. She introduces herself. And she asks
Ste'yn.
what your name is. Ste'yn. That's a beautiful name. And your hair is absolutely lovely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. She says, I think the sunlight will do both of us some good. And she's like, my skin is just it's so dry. I think I need more natural moisture. Maybe from sweating a little.
I'm sure that will fix all the problems.
Yeah, just some sunlight. And some good festival times. I'm looking forward to the drinking contest later. It's gonna be so fun.
Ste'yn, a drinking contest. We have to do that later.
Oh, you absolutely must. You know,
Yes.
they're doing one every night. There's one main event. That one is for actual money, but they're doing little ones all over the place every night.
Wait, what do you get for the other ones?
I mean, I guess you get more of, little prizes, but the main events have money prizes.
So
I'm
Ste'yn, you need to
pretty
get signed up for the main
fortified.
event.
She makes little muscles with her very sad little arms, her little spaghetti noodle arms.
I'm sure you're going to do great.
Nod.
Thank you. I hope I'll see you at one of them.
I'm sure I'll see you.
You might. You might not. I'm a pretty petite thing, and you are beautifully tall. And you are like many inches taller. You're about a solid foot taller than her. She's a dainty little thing. Bellin gets everyone's attention. He says, elbows on the table, clasp your opponent's hand. And I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go! Viola and Ste'yn, please make strength athletics checks.
Do you want me to roll again?
Oh, no, you did roll, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'll let it stand this time. This guy. What did you roll, Viola?
21.
Okay. Once again, you begin, and pretty much effortlessly, you start turning this guy's arm down. It's dangerously close to the table already. Ste'yn?
17.
Okay. From Hova's little limp noodle arms, you feel a little bit of pressure. It doesn't move your arm very far, but you feel some pressure. How you want to handle that is up to you, but you feel some pressure coming from her, and your hand is starting to move towards the table. And she's got this really excited look on her face, and it's like scrunched eyebrows and little button nose all scrunched up as she's like concentrating and forcing her hand down. Oops, I didn't make a note of that. Viola got a 21 to Zader's not 21. And Ste'yn got a 17 to Hova's not 17. All right. You guys are feeling, well, Viola, you're not feeling any pressure. 2 people are feeling some amount of pressure. Please roll your strength athletic checks again.
That one is a 19.
Same.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Viola, you're not even sure what this guy is about as you don't slam it this time. You're feeling some force back, but it's not nearly enough. And you bring this big man's arm down to the table again. Ste'yn, you have your grip, and you can feel like maybe it was just a burst of initial energy, but you are easily able to control the situation and start to move your hand back in the other direction.
Excellent.
Viola, your match is done as he brings his hand back again, and he's looking at himself.
Do you want to go 3 for 3? Really nail it home?
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, she's not necessarily trying to get him to go 3. She's just asking.
Too late. The words left your mouth.
I rolled a nat 20!
So did he. This is his first number over a 10 this entire time, mind you.
So what's his charisma modifier? Or what's his persuasion then? Is it higher than what will be her 21?
Oh, that's true. He'd be defending it with that's his. Yeah, I guess it's also
Persuade?
Yeah. You know, honestly, he's not that persuasive. No, I don't think it's. I think he would just be pretty flat. So are you actually challenging him?
Well, she's just like saying like, hey, if you want to try again, I'm not going to tell you no. I'll go again with you if you want.
He looks a little red in the face, and he's like, all right, one more time. I've just been playing around this whole time because I don't want to hurt anyone. That's all it is. Also, I'm not going to use up all my strength before the real competitions begin. So,
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. How about it's when I win, so I walk away with all 3 prizes. If you win somehow, I will buy you something worth 3 times that much.
Oh, how much are those worth?
Any one of those to just purchase it. Actually, give me an investigation check.
Is Beau hearing this?
If you're still around, you'd hear. I don't know if you heard, if she actually asked how much it is.
Can he make an investigation check as well? To as a like an appraisal, if thinking about how much it is.
Sure.
Viola got an 11.
Okay.
Okay, so he's got. Beau got a dirty 20.
Okay. Viola, you are peeking at these baubles and various knickknacks. Some look more like adornments than just like handheld things or things you keep in your pocket or put on a shelf. Most of them look like they're metal, which gives them some value in a way. Overall, most of them look like basically they were made from some scrap metal and they just look pretty cool. So like that's cool. But they could be worth something. You know your way around metal, steel and iron and swords. Like, yeah, that could be worth something. That could.
By the way, that was a dirty 20 with psionics, so it would have been a 16 without. I don't know if I need to burn one or not.
No, I don't think you have to burn one.
Okay.
Beau, you know that he's already said some of these items are magic. So, the ones that are not, by the looks of them, again, they look kind of like they were made from scrap metal. So, like, it could be worth a little something. Tacking on the magic that he said, something that's going to either increase your strength or protect you somehow, magic will add some value. So some of those could be worth.
You have like a value in mind to put context to 3 times?
Sure.
Like
let's say.
Yeah. I'm thinking of a number.
I'm thinking of between 2 and 40.
33.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. Let's say a range between the low end, like 1 or 2 silver. The high end could be like 8 or 9.
8 or 9 silver or gold?
8 or 9 silver.
Okay, so potentially then 27 silver. We're thinking high.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, round it out around 30 silver.
There's gonna. So to be clear, you're gonna get her something worth 30 silver if she wins.
He's like not even paying attention. He's like, yeah, whatever. Come on, ready?
Viola, you catch that?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Why not?
Ste'yn. Sorry. What did you roll again, Ste'yn? This is the second go round, right?
For this, she got a
This is the
17 the
third.
first one. She got a 19 the second one. She got an 18 for the third one.
Oh, right. You're on your third one.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the other ones. That's fine. It's okay. 19 on the third one. Okay. So you are now. So you're in control. Your ultimate end might be different than Viola's, but you are in control of
Ultimate
the
end.
situation. Like Viola's in it to win, so I don't mind saying like, yeah.
This guy's off.
Oh my gosh! Stop. Viola's goal is to win. She's going to try and shove this guy's arm down. I don't know if Ste'yn wants to shove Noodle Arm Hova's arm down or not.
No. Ste'yn's trying to be more gentle with it.
That's what I figured. But if you're intends to still win, you are
Yeah.
able to maneuver her arm much closer. It's very close to the ground now. Ste'yn, give me one more athletics check.
17.
Okay. Yeah, and without effort, you just like tap her hand to the table. She takes her hand back. Oh, I really thought I had it. I really thought I had you there.
I thought you did too. It was a good effort.
You're very strong. Well,
So are you. Good job.
thanks. I mean, I'm not really, but I guess you get the prize. But she turns back to look at, she doesn't get up yet, but she just turns to look back at Viola's table where Zader is ready to go. Viola, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me an athletics. Yeah, give me an strength athletics check.
What were you thinking about, giving me advantage since I already won the last two?
No, I was thinking about something else, and I'm like, nah, that can wait.
22.
Okay. You are unsurprised and unfazed as your arm begins to move, with his going towards the table.
Come on, push a little harder.
He just kind of mouths over to Bellin and says, "No magic and no talk should be allowed."
You're only mad because you're losing.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. Give me another athletics check.
He's just disappointed in his lack of effort.
26.
Hey. He's mouthing off and you are just pushing his hand down. And he's fighting you on it. And you can see the veins pulsing in his head again. But he is not victorious. He's also not a cheater. As his hand
and Viola,
hits the table
like
again.
as she's going down, can she like let him think he's winning for a little bit and then finish it off? Does she feel that confident enough in it?
With the amount of strength that he's pushing back this time around, you don't have that kind of control per se. He's pushing back.
Then she wouldn't risk it then.
If he kept rolling below a 10 as he had been the last 5 rounds, then yes, I would have allowed it. He lets out this really frustrated groan as he like sits back. He's like, "Man, look, my hands are just slippery, obviously. Just own
up to the fact that a girl beat you 3 times. 30 gold or 30 silver, please."
Whoa, I didn't say I was giving you money. I said I'd get you something worth 3 times that.
Okay, so you're gonna buy me something that's worth 30 silver. Let's go find something that's worth 30 silver.
Here, you go find something worth 30 silver and find me at the pike. I need a drink.
Does Viola insight check to see if Viola actually trusts that he would show up at the pike.
Sure.
If Beau's still standing there, can you also insight check that?
Sure.
All right.
19.
Okay.
Ooh, another dirty 20.
Okay.
Or it could be if needed.
No, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
No,
so it's only going to be a 21.
No, don't mark your fine. It's just a 20 anyway. His friend is kind of patting him on the back and he's like sweating a bit. And he looks frustrated enough that he just actually needs a drink and he'll probably be in the cool and calm pike for a while. So he'll probably be there for the majority of the day if you find something and that you want.
Don't worry, I will find you.
Sure thing, Viola. And he and his buddy go off.
When he turns to walk away, Beau is going to do prestidigitation on his cloak to do a symbol as close as he can to Viola's face. Like, it is just a symbol, so it'd be like a very basic structure, but that's what he's aiming with.
Like, just using basic shapes. This is what Viola's face looks
Yeah, like if you were to like give her like a silhouette.
The crown.
Yeah, if you wanted to get like a silhouette, basically, like of just her face.
The telltale is just her crown. That's very Viola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he has it in
he
gold.
Walks away with it. Perfect. It's so gaudy compared to everything else on him. It's just this one bright beacon of like golden thread looking face on his back.
When Viola sees that, she turns to Snow and Ste'yn and Beau and says, I don't know which one of you's doing that, but I love you for it. That's the best thing I've seen all week.
There
what now?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we have some
Ste'yn
prizes
gets
to
her
grab.
prize.
Oh yeah, Ste'yn, pick your prize. Wait, do I also get the 3 prizes?
Yeah,
I still
that's
get the 3 prizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still won.
Yeah.
You still won.
So I need to
For
make
sure.
3 prizes.
Yeah.
Snow Beau, pick something you like. You can have 2 of my prizes.
I thought you called him Snowbow.
Yeah,
And I was supposed to be like,
Snow Beau the Bard, pick a prize.
where are you?
Are there any
Yeah.
things that are lasting, or are they all just like you use it and it's gone kind of thing?
My list isn't as helpful as I'd like it to be. Some of them, they're mainly like once per day or like a certain number of unreplenishable uses. There are, how many did I print here? Oh, I should not have printed 20, but I did. So there's an item that gives you a bonus on con saving throws. There's an item
For how long?
that
What are the parameters of this con saving throw? Like, is it once per day? Is it like is it once
so
and it's
that
gone?
one, it's just a bonus, but it does require attunement.
Oh.
Ooh.
You can attune to it. It's a +1 to Constitution saving throws. Let's see. The ones
That's
that
I
you
would like
have.
that, please.
You don't want to? Okay.
I mean, well, that's what I'm thinking right now. Just put a pin in it. Right now, he's thinking
Sure.
that.
I like
Sure. There is one that they a bear may use their reaction to reduce fall damage by 1d6.
Oh, he's got feather fall. He doesn't need. Nobody really needs that, actually.
Fair
As long
enough.
as he's around.
There's one that lets you cast Blade Ward once per day. That also requires attunement. Let's see.
These are fun.
Yeah. And these are considered like weak magical items. Let's see. That's also Featherfall. It's basically the same thing. There's one, when the bearer takes the dodge action, they may move an additional 5 feet. Some swiftness for defense.
That'd be really cool for a monk.
There's a little charm. It gives you 1d4 unreplenishable charges of the Expeditious Retreat spell. That's an unreplenishable. And that's it.
Okay, con save. One for Beau.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
At least
that one.
until he has other things to attune to himself.
Oh, and then the thing I thought that Viola might like is it's in the form of like a hairpin, or like this pretty set of like a little hair brooch thing, and it has 1d4 unreplenishable charges of the shield spell. In case you get hit with range things, I think is what that's for.
Well, shield, it could just be anything. It doesn't have to be ranged.
Any attack.
Oh, just kidding.
It completely negates
learning.
magic missile.
There you go.
And it's reactionary, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you
It's
plus
1d4
5 to your
unreplenishable
AC.
I saw shield and I thought of Viola.
Yeah. What's the item
For
called?
some reason. The one that you're taking?
Yeah, and what does it look like?
So that's the +1 bonus to Constitution saving throws?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one is one of the ones that looks like a fist. Like a very aggressive looking like fist model. What's the term? It's something accurate, like the like biologically accurate hand.
Anatomically correct.
Anatomically correct.
Biologically accurate.
Biologically accurate. Oh my goodness. But it looks like it's something that like could sit on your desk or whatever, or you could have it like, you know,
In his
attached
bag.
to you somehow. But if you are attuned to
Throw
it,
it at
I think it's an
people.
attunement one. Whatever it
Punch
is, if you
people
have it
with
on your person and you are attuned to it, it's still on you.
If it has to be on him,
get
I
it.
think that might be too gaudy for his taste.
Put
I
it
was
in a
expecting
pocket.
like a pin. I mean, if it's anatomically correct to a fist, you can't just put that in your
It's like a little-
pocket.
Imagine it's like a little baby fist. It's a little infant's hand.
That's
It's the
also
Gerber
just
baby
creepy. Just having
Ste'yn might be into it. She's already got a skull.
What to say?
Here, I can change it so it looks better, so you can still want it. It can be like yeah, it can be like a. Well, technically, it's called Quiver of Heart. So it could look like a small, like
It's a little
arrow pin or
heart.
something, or a heart.
Brass
Well,
knuckles.
Beau can pin it to the inside of his shirt, a little heart, or you can put it right next to
right next to his flower
Vivia's
button.
flower button.
Yeah, but it's like a little pin. Her take like a
Yeah,
pin.
it could be like a pin.
All right. And wait,
Pin
so
with,
what
like,
am
a
I
hot
typing
glued-
to search?
A sad, poorly hot glued pin attached to a metal piece. You can call it.
Well,
It's-
is it not an actual item?
It may not be. You might have to actually just write it in. This is from a separate list.
But what was
It's
it called then?
Quiver of Heart.
Okay.
Quiver of Heart.
Viola will take the shield spell thing.
Okay. Yeah, and that's in the form of that brooch. And then you have one more.
I told Snow he could get one.
What do you
Oh,
get?
they don't really have anything I'm interested in. You can have it.
Are you sure?
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Okay. Is there anything like strength related or attack related that Viola would enjoy?
Just the ones I mentioned. There could be Viola high or low.
Low.
Okay. Nope. Looks like Beau got the last of his quiver of hearts for today.
Is there another of the brooch?
No, that one was the only one he had.
I mean,
Um,
if you
Didn't
want
you
the
say there
quiver,
was-
you could take it. You did earn it.
no, that's okay.
Aww.
I just can't remember what the other options were.
There's one that does blade ward once a day. There's one that reduces
know what
fall
that
damage.
That makes it so you have resistance to
Where's the cantrip that
slashing,
gives you
bludgeoning,
resistance?
and piercing damage for 2 turns, I think. Or maybe it's like a minute. I think it's 2 turns though.
I think
Oh, that would
It's
probably
just
be
one.
good for her.
I like how we're not looking at
yeah, last
retreating.
one round.
Oh, that's even
Viola
worse
doesn't
than I
retreat.
Retreats for nothing.
Yeah, that's why I didn't take it.
Yeah.
They're weak items. These are not meant for you guys to start stocking up. These are
Do these
prizes.
items have like actual names that I can look up in D&D Beyond to put in
No,
my
that's what I
inventory?
was just looking at.
Mhm.
Ste'yn's gonna take the one to reduce fall damage because she just has a bad track record with that.
Even though now she can fly.
What if my wings don't come out in time?
What if she already flew
What
that
if I
day?
forget how to use them?
They only last for what, a minute?
Yeah.
It only lasts for
She
a
only
minute,
gets a
and
minute to
it's
play.
it's a bonus action to conjure them too, so it's not even a reaction.
It's an
So-
action.
Oh, it's an action, even worse.
Full action. Worse, they say. You greedies.
I mean, it's worse for that situation as far as
Yeah.
if you're falling and you need a reaction and you don't have the time.
So,
Bren, can you message me those two things at some point in time? Doesn't have to be today.
Yes, you were getting the hair brooch of cool things and
Blade ward situation.
blade ward.
I feel like I don't know if it's gonna be anywhere here, but I feel like the cloak of many fashions, I think it is definitely up Viola's alley if we come across a booth that has that.
What
Oh,
is that?
there are definitely booths that have very fancy clothes, including very fancy hats.
But it's a
Speaking
cloak
of
that you
fancy
can just
clothes.
change like the color and design of it throughout the day as you wish.
Oh, that's fun.
I have marked them to remember. Okay. Were you guys looking for anything else in particular? As these pre-festivities are going on, there's just all manner of things you guys are welcome to participate in. I'm to open the DM door. I'm debating if we want to if I want to go to the opening ceremonies, like the funeral and opening ceremonies while we're all here today, or if we want to give that time at the beginning of our next session. I'm fine either way. I feel
How
like
long of a funeral procession do you see it being?
well, like I said earlier, I'm terrible with timing, but it'd be the procession, a description of the procession. You would see them placing the urn and setting fire to the opening bonfire, and then it's just partying all night, honestly. Unless you
What's-
want to participate in the Tower of Power, that starts at dawn. in
Okay,
which
that's
case
what I
you
was
might
gonna
wanna
say.
go to
What's
sleep.
the money making thing?
The
for the
first
day?
event is at dawn. Today doesn't have one because it's not technically this festival day. Tomorrow it starts with the Tower of Power at dawn. But also there's parties all night. You guys did hear from
We
the
should
other
do the procession tonight.
yeah.
Okay. You guys did hear from the
Viola,
other
the only other
novices
thing
that
Viola's
they're-
looking for is something that's worth 30 silver.
Oh, we can absolutely find you some tchotchke that's worth 30 silver. Or like there's clothing, you could get some clothing piece. You could absolutely find. Yeah, you look about as the day's going on. Yeah, there's clothing, there's jewelry, there are other items, both magical and not magical. Did you want something in particular, or it's like, hey, when I hear a description of the many things that it could be, then I'll know.
I mean, yeah, if you think of something that you think Viola would really like, I'm sure it'll be fine, whatever it is.
I have asked you guys, and I'm sure I stored that list somewhere of items that you guys would like. I don't know if I'm sure you gave me one, Kassie, at some point. If you'd like to refresh my memory as far as particular things Viola might be looking for, I can certainly put that in your way. Probably. Maybe. Some form of it.
Maybe if there was... no, I think that would probably be more expensive than that.
Potentially.
You could also look at it and
If there's,
message
like,
about it later.
If there was a
Yeah.
fancier dagger, that would maybe be something that she would enjoy. But we can figure it out later, so that way we can
Sure.
get to the opening ceremonies.
Excellent. And there are definitely fancy daggers, but they may be more. But who knows? Maybe you can persuade your way into making him pay for something more expensive. Who knows? So, you guys are kind of meandering, getting a feel for the impending celebrations. The sky is starting to darken, starting to see those mix of almost paint-like colors as the sun is falling from the sky, just gently dropping. Music all around, food smells, it's fantastic. And then you do see Peace Watch are starting to come out in a little more, a little higher number. People are moving to the sides of the road. Areas are being blocked off. People are not allowed to actually step in certain areas. Essentially, a path has been formed from the Rising Gate all the way up to the Peace Gate in the north. It's essentially a straight path. The overall activity, at least near the procession route, has died down. The music is still there, but it's very slowly fading. You do see some people who are starting to line the street with certain types of instruments. They all are much more percussion looking, more percussion based. Their appearance, the people's appearance, even though you can see some of them have a brooch, so they are not unknown as Peace Watch, their overall appearance looks different. The clothing is a little bit looser. It looks a little bit more handmade, as far as like it's a little more rugged. It has more like earthy, natural colors in it, but with some embroidery that is just not commonly seen. Looks a little more like archaic in its design. And where are you, if you guys are watching the procession?
Ste'yn's watching.
For sure. Awesome. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You will hear. It's kind of hard to ignore. You will definitely hear the music as it begins.
Beau doesn't want to, but he is there.
Beau can't leave someone's side.
He's just there reading his book. The book that he got from Ste'yn.
And I will send that to you, David. So the music from the festival eventually dies out. And you start to hear this very distant echoing through the streets, this drumming. It's steady. As it's going, it starts to pick up. The sound continues to bounce along the buildings, along the houses, everywhere it's going. You see torches, and you can smell this very unique kind of incense type of smell that's already being carried along the breeze. At the Rising Gate, so at the south side of the city, the procession enters. And you can see these enormous Goliaths. They are donned in a very similar attire, very much looking almost like a loincloth, but with that embroidery on it, that tribal looking embroidery. And they are carrying these large torches. You can see someone among them holding an incense, this stone kind of cup, and smoke coming out from it, rising into the air. and the procession continues. A series of peace watch. You can see the ones who are drumming. And donned in a much more Eurasian appropriate, but with elements of this other culture. First, you see Captain Nora. She's wearing, it's a black kind of gown. It's very loose, very draping, but the shoulders, across her shoulders, is that dark, kind of earthy piece. Behind her, or rather next to her, in the middle, these three people, you see a man you've not yet met, but you can presume who it is, especially you, Ste'yn, because he is carrying another one of these absolutely beautifully carved stone, kind of chalice-looking things. But this one has a kind of lid on top of it with a bit of a handle. And you can tell it's what they described as the urn. Beside him, and this man, he's got this like shoulder length, pale kind of straw color hair. He looks very serious toned in general. He's also taller than Nora is, very professional in his own black garb. Next to him, you see a man who looks like a much more normal version of this caricature you've seen before in a portrait. This, a handsome face. He has just a kind of light, like a 5 o'clock shadow going on. His hair is just very professionally swept back. It's dark brown hair. And his eyes are set forward. He's also in this black, very loose attire. The men have these like armbands that have the same print from this culture. This man, you can assume, is Captain Elikin Asalin. And the three of them are processing. It takes some minutes for them to pass this area of the city, but they go all the way up towards the north gate. There's this singing, this almost chanting singing, as the songs kind of continue in this list of this an assembled amount of music. It changes from this chanting to this low guttural, almost like the throat song, and then back again. And it feels very narrative of dark times versus triumphs, but always comes back to those triumphs. These singers, most of them are more of these Goliaths who are here to watch this procession. And as they reach the northern gate and they process out, anyone in the crowd who is following the procession goes behind. You guys go maybe a quarter mile out where there is a clearing. And at that clearing, you already see an enormous stack, very carefully done up, of these wooden planks. And in the center, it is cleared and kind of lined with more of that, like, these like strange looking grassy herbs in the center. Eventually they reach this unlit pyre. You watch the man in the middle. You can also imagine that would be Sir Admiral Haste, the captain of the Warden. The Goliaths halt. As if well practiced, everyone behind them stops moving. Sir Admiral Haste steps forward. No more words are said. There's just a low hum of those Goliaths who are singing. They just hold this one bass note. as Sir Emerald Haste goes forward, sets the urn in, and steps back to stand between Nora and Elikin. The Goliaths move forward, surround the pyre with their torches. There's this elongated moment of utter silence as the chanters stop. Somehow, with an unspoken message to each other, perfectly practiced in unison, the Goliaths reach down with the torch, and faster than you'd expect, the wood ignites. The flames travel up each plank, meet in the center, carefully laid, kind of tented over the urn. And it erupts into this enormous, it looks like a mile-high flame. Huge fire. The heat, you can feel it immediately. Everyone kind of has a moment, like you almost want to take a step back. It's just so massive. But none of them move. Everyone give me a perception check.
24.
$30.
11 with psionic.
Okay.
Snow, can I choose to fail for Snow?
You may. You don't need to burn the die. Viola, what did you get?
24.
Okay. You guys have finally seen, now in person, Captain Elikin Asalin. And there is definitely a presence about him. Like, for all you believe that he could be involved in something terrible, there is a presence. He is assuredly a captain for a reason. So with your eyes on him, you can see all three of the captains. Ste'yn and Viola, you can see that the men are watching the fire. And even Sir Emerald Haste, while his arms are crossed, he doesn't look like he's, like he's aloof about it. He seems like he is kind of taking it in. Not like he's unhappy, but also he seems to understand this is a celebration and not a mourning. Elikin Asalin is stoic. He's just standing there, very militaristic, hands behind his back. Nora is shaking. Her fists are at her side, and her arms are notably shaking. Ste'yn, you catch for just a moment. She steps back like she's about to move, like she's about to book it. And an arm immediately reaches out past where Sir Emerald Haste is kind of stepped a little bit forward. Elikin Asalin's arm immediately reaches out and grabs her by the elbow. And she stops moving. But she does not. Her eyes are focused on the ground. There's a solemn few minutes of just kind of letting the fire burn. The sense of whatever that incense is floating up as well. Until the Goliaths start to move. They turn, they start heading back towards the city. And that seems to be some kind of like relieving of a pressure as the tense air starts to inflate or deflate. There's some low chatter, some talk amongst the people in charge of the procession. And even through that, you can overhear some conversation, and it's jovial. It is about celebration. It is about, while it is sad to miss out on this person's strength, what she did is powerful, and we take that with us. We take her strength with us. And people begin filing. The people who were processing like with the city, begin filing in, whereas others are now kind of circling the fire, and new music is starting to play. A couple of people, there's a little bit of surprise as like fireworks, some firecrackers start going off, and there's some laughter. You see people that are like handing each other small bottles. People are bringing out dice and cards. They are gathering in little groups, but it's a lot of people who are all just out here. It's guardian residents and citizen residents. As the atmosphere changes, it becomes true celebration, and the Harvest Lamps Festival truly begins.
I'm assuming that we are standing farther back than Nora and all them.
Yeah, honestly, if you wanted to get closer, you'd be able to kind of wiggle your way wherever you wanted to stand.
Well, Viola's gonna call out to Captain Nora and ask for a word, like ask to speak with her.
Give me
if
a
it seems like
persuasion.
she could hear her.
Give me a persuasion check.
That's not gonna work. That's a 3.
Mm-hmm. You're not sure if she doesn't hear you or if she does not acknowledge it. But when the Goliaths moved, she was one of the first ones going back into the city.
Okay.
She just started going back in?
She started going.
Beau's gonna run over to her.
Okay.
Does he make it? Or, like, I don't know.
I mean, Beau's... How fast does Beau want to run?
He can go...
I know how fast he can go. How fast is he going?
He'd be going at a rate of 105 feet a turn, so every 6 seconds.
So Beau flies across grass. She's not acknowledging anyone. She's just going.
Yeah, he's gonna get in front of her. If he's cutting her off. Nora.
Faster than she is.
Hello.
What? Yes, what?
Viola was calling for you.
Viola will go after them and be like, Beau, I apologize, Nora. We can walk and talk, and Viola will start walking with her and just say, I apologize, Nora. I just saw, I know that you have a weird thing with fire, and I wanted to give you an excuse to get further away from it if you didn't already have one, but I can see that you're well on your way, so I'll let you be.
Thank you.
Is Elikin still by her?
She goes. He is not directly by her. He's back with, they are making their way over, but he's back with Sir Admiral Haste.
Okay, so he's not in front of her either.
No.
Okay.
There are people mingling now, though, like re-entering the city. A lot of people are staying out, but there are a number of people who are going back inside.
I was gonna go up to Elikin.
Ste'yn's not far away.
Kill him.
As soon as Viola sees Beau walking over there towards Elikin, she's gonna stay by him too, just in case.
As they're walking towards him, Ste'yn's gonna cast Detect Evil and Good.
You are surrounded by fiends everywhere.
Everything pings.
I so badly during the funeral procession wanted to have Viola look at Ste'yn and just be like, "Hey, are there any people who like shouldn't be here that are in attendance?"
Did the dead come back?
Beau's just trying to
what's the
keep
distance
busy.
on it?
It's 30 feet, I believe.
30 feet?
30 foot radius from Ste'yn. So 60-foot diameter.
Okay. Yeah, at the moment, no.
Cool.
Captain Elikin and Sir Admiral Haste, they're not walking at a slow pace. They're not meandering. They are making their way back to the city, discussing briefly with one another. One of the Goliaths is also standing beside them and walking. He seems to have a slightly different bit of garb on, as well as like he has like 2 armbands and one of those neck things, and also he has a well, he's bald. He has no hair. There are some tattoos that are along his scalp, and he appears to have like a band, a leather band around his head, and a 3 green gems on it. And they're talking amongst themselves.
Are they moving right now, or are they just still?
They're going into the city.
Okay, so Beau's still gonna approach Elikin.
Okay. He doesn't acknowledge you.
Hello, Elikin.
He looks down. Or down. How tall is Beau again? Yeah, Beau's a little
5'7".
short. Beau's a little short king. Yeah, he does. Elikin Asalin is flat 6 foot. Sir Admiral Haste is actually a little bit taller. He's probably about Ste'yn's height. Sir Admiral Haste is looking a lot more jovial now. He has the laugh lines and the crow's feet as they both stop and look towards you. He just slightly smiles in your direction. I've been addressed.
Yes. Hello. I've heard a lot about you. Wanted to say hi.
I think I've heard a lot about you as well, Beau.
You knew my name.
Yes.
Is that a good thing?
That might depend on who you're asking.
I see. So what's your thoughts then on me?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't use someone else's thoughts and opinions to form my own. He holds his hand out to shake yours. Captain Elikin Asalin.
He doesn't do handshakes.
Beau will put out his hand.
Okay.
And her shake his hand tentatively.
You have a tentative and he has a very firm grip. Not to hurt, just a firm handshake. Pleasure. And you must be staying then.
That's correct.
A pleasure as well.
So wait, do all these captains just talk about us when we're not around?
Only our favorites.
I see, so that one also knows who we are. He's just pointing at the guy that he forgot his name of.
Not me, though, apparently.
Are you guys all together? He's acknowledging who's speaking to him.
Viola
and-
followed them over. She's standing there with them. She just hasn't said anything.
He locks eyes with all 4 whoever is there. Clearly there's a look of recognition about you guys. In some manner. Sir Admiral Haste kind of throws his head back laughing. He says, it's every year there's a group. Every year there's someone who makes us laugh. So I'm glad it's an interesting group like you.
If it changes every year, what happens to the group?
Oh, guess they stop making us laugh. They move on.
Let's see. And who's this tall fellow here? He's pointing at the Goliath. 'Cause he was there too, wasn't he?
Uh-huh.
That's the
And-
crag patron, isn't it?
No. You give him far too much credit. No, but he does work closely with the crag
Is this
patrons.
Hasting or you talking?
No, this is Sir Admiral Haste.
Oh, okay. I didn't know because he was just, you give him too much credit.
No, he definitely said that.
Okay. Yeah.
He definitely said that. And as he said that, you also see him give a small head nod in the direction. Let's make sure he has a name, because everyone needs a name.
I actually,
I
oh.
messed up.
If
Hold
you
on.
don't tell us, we won't know.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
was looking
know.
to see if Goliaths had any name things, but apparently not in at
Oh, they
least
definitely do.
in the legacy ones maybe, but not in the non-legacy.
He introduces him as Ergmul Hidestream. They're a sister clan, because they don't have the same last clan name, Slyweaver.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Does
one.
Beau
It's a middle name.
Does Beau recognize the clan then?
No, he's a Slyweaver, but that's a middle name, because I already said it out loud and I liked it.
Okay.
But you could just call him Ergmul. Well, don't actually. That's probably offensive.
Since when does Beau care about titles?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Ergmul, did you have to travel far to get here?
He looks down at you because he is a very tall Goliath. There's like what you think is kind of a grin on his face. Give me a perception check, Beau.
Viola's gonna start
It's
slowly
a nat 20.
creeping away from the conversation.
Excellent. Yeah, you see a smile growing on his face and these like tombstone straight teeth. But you also see where his arms are bare in his attire and the muscles are tensing and flexing. Elikin Asalin seems to take a mindful step and tells you, Beau, while courtesy may not be your forte, there will be times that it will absolutely be worth your while to learn it. He is one of the close associates, you might say, of the crag patrons, Slyweaver. And we're not trying to start an international affair.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to freak him out.
I know you weren't. That's why you're not dead.
Trying to make him sound like some kind of cold-blooded killer.
Beau?
Not my culture, it's theirs. And this was
See.
their daughter, not mine.
Oh, so he was the father.
No. The clan's daughter. It's also a cultural matter. If you do want to look up more about it, while I wouldn't suggest talking to them, I think they made some pamphlets down at Saker's Keep. I think you guys are familiar.
Well, they're not very talkative on their heritage.
They're not talkative much at all with us. Kind of eyes him a little, nods again. Did you need something though, Beau?
Well,
have to
no,
go.
I just wanted to say hi, of course. Gave a speech and all that.
Wanted to give a speech?
No, it wasn't Elikin the one that gave us a speech or something like that? Didn't he say something? Or maybe I misconstrued who was saying what. If he didn't
Oh.
say it, then Beau wouldn't have said that. I
I
misunderstood. I
don't
misinterpreted
think
it.
he was giving a whole speech.
I thought somebody was giving some kind of speech at some point. I thought it was Elikin because he was talking about his presence or something like that, and that's why I got.
Oh
Just
no,
noticed.
you just noticed he has a presence about him.
Oh, okay.
He's a strong figure.
Okay, then
Yeah, that's all.
I misinterpreted
Mhm.
and misremembered, I guess.
No worries.
So what events are you gonna do?
Oh, I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Maybe after a good night's rest, I will.
Are you going straight to bed then?
Might. I'm not normally in the city this often.
And where do you usually go?
Captain Nora did say you ask a lot of odd questions. Nothing you have to worry about. I am out doing my job.
Which entails...
A lot of things that you'll happily, I'm sure, learn should you become a guard yourself.
I see. And what is it about, like, streamlining the process?
Very few people have done that, and if it's something you'd like to discuss
So
with
it
your
is
captain...
doable.
Oh, absolutely. Anything's possible. I don't
Get rid
believe
of
in the
this
impossible.
obnoxious title.
Novice. You can change that title. If you want to be something more than that, do it.
Great. Get right on that.
I think you will.
Alright, well, enjoy your evening. You and your compatriots. The giant you have as a companion.
Goliath.
Goliath. Sorry.
Have a good night as well. All of you.
Thank you,
And-
Captain.
Of course. And thank you for taking such good care of your own captain.
It is our duty.
It's a give and take.
This is not the time, but if we wanted to find you for some questions or discussion later, would that be possible?
Is there
It's
going to
not
be
really-
a Q&A?
There's
Get a
things we co-
celebrity, guys!
There's
He's
some
so
things we've
cool.
come across on our assignments that I wanted to get someone else's opinion on, and I thought yours might be valuable. But it's definitely not the time or place for that this night.
It's possible. Like I said, I don't believe in the impossible. It's unlikely. And if there's something you need to bring up with your captain, please make sure you do so.
Of course. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Enjoy the festival.
Beau's still just eyeing the Goliath.
Beau, give me an insight check.
That is a 17 or a 23.
Okay. The Goliath's muscles have never stopped tensing for as long as you have been present. He's not making any moves toward you. The rest of him is still as a statue. But as you continue to eye him, you don't have to admit it to anybody, not even yourself. But that guy looks prepared to crush your skull with one hand, with one wrong word, and seems to refrain from doing so, especially as the conversation ends.
Doesn't sound like a very innocent thing to do.
No, not in Eurasian culture, potentially. The captains and Ergmal head back into the city. Most people who seem to want to go back in have gone. And as if coming back to reality, the sounds and music, the dancing and merriment have all risen again. And it will be up to you four how you would like to celebrate the opening first evening of the Harvest Lamps Festival. I think that is a pretty good place to end for tonight. Look at you guys. I couldn't think of a way to have you not talk to the captain, so I guess you got to talk to the captain.
Yes.
Like, I guess I put him out in the open. Whoops.
I just saw Josh's comment in Discord.
The last one.
Look,
Now's our
the
chance to
Goliath
attack
hadn't been
Alec.
there. The Goliath hadn't been there, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I definitely
I
didn't
said
have a
that
battle.
before y'all even approced him.
It's true. That was
This
the
was
way.
during the procession.
Now's our chance.
It was
Kill
during
him.
the procession that I said that.
Didn't notice it until after. See, we just have to give the Goliath a good reason to be on our side instead.
Beau doesn't want him on
it
his
was a good
side.
reason
Not talk
to
to
not
him.
like Alakid.
Beau doesn't want the
We don't
Goliath
need
on their
Goliath on
side.
our side. We just need Goliath to crush Alakid's skull.
That can be
Guys,
arranged.
he was nothing but courteous to you, and you're making plans to murder him? Gosh.
I mean,
He's a perfectly great, super smooth guy.
I mean,
Makes his wife
Not
face her greatest fears.
he's a perfectly great feast.
Listen, there's sweet.
Come on, human blood can't be that high on Beau's list.
Depending. It's not bad.
And, anything could be good depending on how hungry you are.
You know? Luckily, somebody went hunting. Before we get far too far into a conversation about the flavors of blood. Oh my goodness gracious. Great balls of fire.
Minty freshness.
Hey! Congratulations to our so far 2 winners of our 2 giveaways so far with all of our fantastic subscriber goals. Yay! We're so excited. Thank you guys for all of our subscribers. Thank you for people who are liking the videos, leaving comments. Greatly appreciated. Helps us in a huge way. Tell people if you enjoy the game, and tell them to catch up from the beginning now so that they're ready for festival time in 2 weeks. 2 weeks?
Yeah.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2.
Guys, I have time to prepare things. I'm so excited. But also I miss it already and I want to play next week, but we're not playing next week. But we do thank you guys. And if you are enjoying it, please let people know that we are here. Word of mouth has been tremendously helpful, honestly. We've had a few comments, people saying such things, and it is so appreciated because my team is putting in some incredible work that I could absolutely never do alone because my brain is way too far gone. So, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you from all of us here at Tales from the Catacombs. Catch up and recapture your favorite moments by subscribing to the channel, liking, and leaving comments on the videos that you love. Hopefully that's all of them. We do appreciate you journeying with us to bring clean content to the world of tabletop RPGs. And a particularly huge thanks to my players whose links are in the description below. Please take a moment to follow these tremendous people and their exciting endeavors. David, who plays Beau and knows far too much clearly gothic dark humor and genre. It's too much, but we love it. Catherine, who plays Ste'yn, and absolutely is the epitome of a memento mori, and it's what we needed when we didn't realize. Kassie, who plays Viola, absolutely, we have to find a way to make her snort laugh some more. And Josh, who plays Snow, looking effervescent as always in his fantastic cosplay and bringing his knowledge of D&D to me, because I need it, so thank you. And I'm Brenna, I'm your storyteller for this adventure, and we will see you back here next time. Safe travels! Until we meet again, and happy festival.